Chapter 438. I didn't expect that even Hua Fei would lose. This Lin Xian is really amazing. Everyone exclaimed and looked at Lin Xian with a hint of awe. This was a world where the strong were respected. The stronger Lin Xian was, the more awe these people would have. The competition continued, and Hua Fei went up again. This time, her opponent was Yangquan. In the last competition, Hua Fei's harp had a broken string, so she didn't use her harp this time. Instead, she used a jade flute. Obviously, this jade flute was also a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Melodies that sounded like they were telling the tale of death slowly flowed and reverberated in the arena. Yangquan was expressionless. He reached out with one hand and slammed it down. Spiritual energy surged, and the sky seemed to be torn apart. A huge purple stone tablet fell from the sky and suppressed the surroundings. The entire arena trembled violently, and the sad tune was broken. Hua Fei was knocked out of the arena. The winner is Yangquan. The referee elder saw that Hua Fei was only knocked back and wasn't injured. He let out a sigh of relief. No wonder he's the number 1 core disciple. He's still so strong. He broke the soul attack in one move. Yeah, first place will definitely be senior brother Yangquan. Everyone was talking and looking at Yangquan with admiration. Yangquan didn't have any expression about his victory. His opponents weren't these people, but the powerhouses of the Azure Dragon Association. For example, the chief disciples of the other 5 top factions. As for the rest, he didn't care at all. Lin Xian looked at Yangquan in shock. To be honest, Yangquan's strength was beyond his expectations. Moreover, that move was very violent. Even an early-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator wouldn't dare to take it head-on. However, he was able to control his strength very well and only sent Hua Fei flying. This kind of method was indeed terrifying. Moreover, this person's aura contained an inexplicable power. He should have comprehended a domain, but he didn't know what kind of domain it was. Shaking his head, Lin Xian didn't go up. He thought that he would know when he met him. Next, everyone took turns to go up. As the number of matches increased, the strength of each contestant was clearly displayed before everyone. The core disciples ranked in the bottom 5 lost more than they won. They were already out of luck with the 5 spots of the Azure Dragon Association. However, these people did not give up. They treated every match seriously and gave it their all. From this point, it could be seen that they were different from ordinary cultivators. They would not give up on themselves just because they had lost their quota this time. Those who had the ability to fight for a spot were the core disciples ranked at the top. Of course, there were 2 exceptions. One of them was the cute girl, Hua Fei. She relied on her strange soul power to rush to the front. The other person was Lin Xian. His domineering display also made everyone gasp in amazement. Moreover, Lin Xian and Yangquan were the 2 martial artists who had yet to lose. F***CK. This Lin Xian is too terrifying. He hasn't lost yet. What's the big deal? He hasn't met a real expert yet. I'm guessing that if he meets Yangquan or Zuyang, he'll lose for sure. That being said, it was indeed surprising that he could reach such a level at his age. The focus of everyone's discussion was Lin Xian, the dark horse. Look, Lin Xian's opponent is Zuyang. Zuyang was at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. He was ranked 2nd among the core disciples. Brat, your undefeated streak ends here. Zuyang drew out a blood-red long blade. He was very unhappy about losing to Yangquan just now. Now, Lin Xian, a mid-harmonious spirit brat, was able to maintain his undefeated streak. This made him even angrier. Therefore, he immediately used his ultimate skill, the Broken Sun Saber art. The blood-red blade, light, slashed through the void. It was like a broken sun, bringing with it a sense of desolation. He used his secret art right away. It seems like Sui-Yang is going to get angry. Sigh, it's Lin Xian's bad luck to have come across Sui-Yang. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. They instinctively thought that Lin Xian would lose. There was no other way. Sui-Yang's cultivation was 3 levels higher than Lin Xian. The gap was too big. Moreover, the Savage Sunblade art was a high-level spirit rank martial art. Its power was incomparable. Therefore, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. However, many of the elders on the viewing platform were slightly interested in this. I wonder if this kid has any other secret art. If he doesn't, I'm afraid he will lose. The blood-red setting sun shone in all directions. The terrifying blade light swept across the stage. A sense of desolation spread across the stage. The sky was dyed blood-red. Facing such a sharp blade art, Lin Xian quickly used the phantom illusion. No, he dodged while waving his star extinction sword. Every strike was aimed at the weakest part of the blade light. Therefore, even though the entire stage was filled with blade energy, the area 10 meters in front of Lin Xian was very safe. Good eyesight. He can find the flaw in every strike. Iron Arms nodded slightly. However, Sui-Yang was shocked. He had practiced the Savage Sun Blade art to the great completion realm. It was very difficult for warriors of the same level to find his flaw. However, amid harmonious spirit, Brat was able to find his weakness every time. He found it hard to believe. He didn't believe that it was luck. What kind of heaven-defying luck could accurately find his flaw every time? No matter what, he had to be the first to attack. He had to use his secret art and win by overwhelming his opponent. Blood Sun Intent. Blood Setting Sun. A setting sun appeared behind Sui-Yang and quickly merged with his blade. He slashed out. The blood-red blade light was shocking. It fell like a river of blood and covered the entire stage. Blood Sun Intent. Sui-Yang is using his intent. It seems like the battle is about to end. Lin Xian used his wind intent in the face of the Blood Sun Intent. The void fluctuated. Spiritual chi condensed into a tornado and swept across the stage. The blood-red blade light hit the tornado. A loud boom was heard, and the heaven and earth trembled. What? He blocked the Blood Sun Intent? Everyone was shocked. So what if he blocked it? My Blood Sun Intent has already surpassed the minor completion realm. Sui-Yang shouted and waved his long blade. The 100-meter long blood-red blade light fell again. The air was like a tsunami rolling to both sides. The blade light completely covered Lin Xian. However, in the wind intent, a shocking sword intent rushed to the sky. The sword light flickered and surged in all directions. The terrifying sword chi slashed the Blood Sun Intent and tore it in half. Sui-Yang's body trembled, and he quickly retreated. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The 3 forces collided, and the entire stage fell into a violent energy storm. What's the result? Everyone couldn't wait to look at the stage. However, the stage was covered by the energy storm. Suddenly, the late spirit realm elder frowned. He stretched out both of his hands and pulled with force. Asterisk, chi, asterisk, the terrifying energy storm that covered the stage was torn apart. He waved his sleeves, and the violent energy swept towards the sky. The stage returned to normal. Everyone looked at the stage anxiously, but they were all stunned. Chapter 439. On the stage, Sui-Yang was half kneeling on the ground with a long blade in his hand. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a sorry state. The blood at the corner of his mouth was very eye-catching. What? Sui-Yang lost? This is impossible. The crowd couldn't believe it. Sui-Yang was the genius ranked second among the core disciples. His cultivation had reached the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. Apart from Ouyang Kuan, no one could defeat him. No one expected that he would be defeated by Lin Xian. For a moment, Lin Xian became the focus of everyone's discussion. Moreover, many people were comparing him with Ouyang Kuan. With Lin Xian's current record, he was almost certain to get a spot. Moreover, he had yet to be defeated. The first place of his challenge would be between him and Ouyang Kuan. Ouyang Kuan turned his head to look at Lin Xian with a trace of contempt in his eyes. Too weak, so weak that he couldn't arouse his interest as a former participant of the Azure Dragon Society. Ouyang Kuan was far superior to Zhuiyang and the others in terms of cultivation and experience. In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Xian was a monstrous genius, but in his eyes, Lin Xian was ordinary because he had seen too many monstrous geniuses in the Azure Dragon Society. The competition continued, and the last 5 spots were decided. The top 3 core disciples had each obtained a spot. The remaining 2 were Gui Huafei and Lin Xian. Iron Hand looked at Lin Xian and pondered. To be honest, he just wanted to let Lin Xian run into a wall and accumulate experience so that he could participate in the next Azure Dragon Society. But he didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Not only did he obtain a spot, but he also defeated the second-ranked Zhuiyang. This kind of talent was rarely seen in his life. I wonder how he will fare against Ouyang Kuan. Will he win? Iron Hand didn't know why, but a trace of expectation rose in his heart. When this thought came to his mind, even he was shocked. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. This was obviously impossible. Ouyang Kuan's strength was far beyond Lin Xian's. In the arena, Lin Xian and Ouyang Kuan stood on opposite sides. They were about to enter the final round. Everyone held their breaths and watched quietly. Although they knew that Lin Xian had no chance of winning, they still retained a trace of hope in their hearts. "Brat, you're not bad. I feel like I'm looking at my past self in you." Ouyang Kuan spoke for the first time, and his voice was as firm as a boulder. "With your aptitude, you should have a great chance of entering the next Azure Dragon Society," he said in the tone of an elder. "Thank you, senior apprentice brother Ouyang." Lin Xian smiled. "However, we cultivators must seize every moment. I'm not sure if I'll participate in the next tournament, but this time I'll definitely shine with my own brilliance, arrogant and ignorant." Ouyang Kuan snorted. "There are countless geniuses more monstrous than you in the Azure Dragon Assembly. Looks like you won't wake up until I show you some true strength." As he spoke, he stretched out his 5 fingers, and streaks of purple chi spread out from his fingertips. Universe Devil Suppressing Hand. The purple palm fell, and the spirit chi in the sky vibrated, forming a huge vortex. The purple palm fell from the sky, suppressing Lin Xian. The purple palm was like a real mountain, and it fell quickly. Boom! The arena trembled, and it was forcefully pressed down by 3 feet. Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps and quickly dodged the attack. However, before he could react, Ouyang Kuan had already arrived beside him. His right leg swept out like a dragon emerging from the sea. Bang! A dull sound echoed in the arena. In a moment of desperation, Lin Xian quickly used the Silver Thunder body and forcefully kicked. Lin Xian's terrifying power forced him to retreat. Lin Xian slashed a deep trench in the arena. He slid all the way to the edge of the arena. After the attack, Ouyang Kuan stood with his hands behind his back and spoke calmly. "Do you see? This is the difference between us." The crowd exclaimed. They did not expect Ouyang Kuan to push Lin Xian back in 2 moves. It seemed that Ouyang Kuan was indeed powerful, suppressing so many geniuses. Lin Xian shook his numb palms, and his eyes shone with a shocking light. The kick just now had indeed made him suffer, but he was excited. It had been a long time since he met such an opponent who could make his blood boil. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. "As expected of a member of the Azure Dragon Association, you are indeed powerful. An opponent like you is worthy of my full strength. Lin Xian's words caused an uproar. Many people were puzzled. Could it be that this brat had some ultimate move? However, more people thought that Lin Xian was bragging and was just trying to save some face. Iron Arms also frowned. He could not guess what other ultimate move Lin Xian had. Ouyang Kuan sneered. No matter what ultimate move you have, you can't win against me. Is that so? Lin Xian smiled, and his hands quickly formed a seal. Release the seal. A slight sound came from his body, and suddenly a vast aura rushed out. This is late harmonious spirit realm. Everyone widened their eyes. He actually hid his cultivation. This is too terrifying. Many people went crazy. Lin Xian was able to maintain his undefeated record by hiding his cultivation level. If it wasn't for Ouyang Kuan, no one would have known that Lin Xian was actually a late harmonious spirit realm cultivator. Sui Yang and the others looked at the arena, their faces burning. They had always thought of themselves as geniuses and looked down on others. However, they had never thought that they would be defeated by Lin Xian. Moreover, Lin Xian had suppressed his cultivation level to fight with them. He actually hid his cultivation level. Iron Arms was also surprised. Even with his cultivation level and eyesight, he could not see Lin Xian's hidden cultivation level. This little guy is quite interesting. Perhaps he can create some surprises. On the arena, Ouyang Kuan looked at Lin Xian with a dignified expression. It's useless. Even if you are at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm, you still can't win against me, let alone a late harmonious spirit realm cultivator. Now, let's end this. His voice was still echoing in the arena, but his figure had already arrived in front of Lin Xian. A purple light bloomed on the surface of his body, dancing like a divine flame. His 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed at Lin Xian's throat. Lin Xian quickly retreated. At the same time, he unsheathed his star extinction sword. The hilt of the sword quickly clashed with the purple palm, producing a clanging sound. Then Lin Xian held the long sword and slashed out. The sword light floated silently and instantly pierced toward Ouyang Kuan's shoulder. This sword attack combined the great dragon sword intent and the concept of wind. Not only was it sharp, but it was also extremely fast. In a flash, Ouyang Kuan's spiritual energy defense was cut open. However, Ouyang Kuan's strength was extraordinary. His shoulders shook while his fingers were like a knife, quickly cutting the sword. The long sword vibrated and drew a strange sword light in the air. With a tearing sound, a corner of Ouyang Kuan's iron blood battle robe was cut off. What? He almost injured Brother Ouyang. The crowd below exclaimed. Many people only saw the corner of the robe falling, but they could not see the trajectory of the sword and Ouyang Kuan's movements. Only Sui Yang and a few others could see it clearly. On the high platform, the elders of the Great Flag sect narrowed their eyes. This little kid is really full of surprises. Vice Sect Master, where did you find such a peerless genius? Chapter 440. Lin Xian's sword cut off the corner of Ouyang Kuan's clothes, causing a commotion. Looking at Lin Xian, whose aura had changed greatly, Ouyang Kuan's face became serious. He was surprised that the sword light could break through his defense. Moreover, the sword light was so fast that he was caught off guard. Universe Devil Subduing Palm. Purple light pulsed all over his body. It was as if he could suppress everything. Ouyang Kuan's body was covered in purple light. His aura was comparable to that of a spirit transformation realm warrior. With a wave of his palm, purple chi filled the sky. It was like a ray of light from the heavens, attacking Lin Xian with a terrifying aura. The entire arena was covered in purple light. Even a spirit transformation realm warrior would not dare to resist. Looking at the terrifying attack on the arena, The crowd below exclaimed. Some of the weaker disciples turned pale. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian only swung his sword. He raised his sword will to 50% for this strike. The sword chi was shocking. It instantly split the purple light and quickly slashed at Ouyang Kuan. The 50% sword intent was too shocking. It made the surrounding warriors' swords tremble, as if they were about to fly into the arena. What kind of sword intent is this? It's so terrifying. I can't breathe. Oh my God, this aura is far beyond that of a small success sword intent. Can he hide his sword intent? Everyone was stunned. Even the elders were shocked. It was common to hide one's cultivation level, and it was relatively easy to do so. However, a person's realm could not be hidden unless he did not use it. However, Lin Xian seemed to have broken this rule. Not only did he hide his cultivation level, but he also hid part of his sword intent. This method was terrifying. In the crowd, Zui Yang's face was pale. He was still brooding about losing to Lin Xian. However, facing this sword intent, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. In the arena, Ouyang Kuan's face became gloomy. Every time, he was full of confidence and used the tone of a senior to educate Lin Xian. The latter would always show unexpected strength. This was clearly a slap to his face. 50% sword intent. This kid actually comprehended 50% sword intent. Ouyang Kuan's body was pulsing with purple light, sometimes high and sometimes low. He had once participated in the Green Dragon Society. Back then, he had met many swordsmen who had comprehended sword intent. Some of them had even comprehended 70% sword intent. However, those people were far older than Lin Xian. He had never seen someone as young as Lin Xian who had comprehended such sword intent. Looks like I'll have to go all out. Ouyang Kuan's heart was heavy. He had originally intended to reserve his strength for when he faced the other chief disciples of the other sections. But now, it seemed that he had no choice but to use his full strength. To be able to force me to use my full strength, even if you lose, you should be proud. Ouyang Kuan's voice was cold. The purple chi on his body flourished like a purple cloud, rapidly flowing. Extreme violet spectroscopic technique. The chi on Ouyang Kuan's body floated quickly and separated from his body, gradually forming a blurry figure beside him. Everyone looked at the figure with fear on their faces. This was because they saw that the illusory fog eventually turned into a human figure that looked 80% similar to Ouyang Kuan. What is this? A doppelganger? Everyone was stunned. In the stands, Iron Arms and the others frowned. Extreme violet spectroscopic technique. I didn't expect him to succeed. Rumor has it that this secret technique is comparable to an Earth rank martial art and is extremely difficult to cultivate. I didn't expect to see it again today. Lin Xian's talent is heaven-defying, but Ouyang Kuan's talent isn't bad either. Once the secret technique is used, even if Lin Xian has 50% sword intent, it will be difficult for him to resist. Lin Xian frowned as he looked at the figure that looked like a clone. He quickly used his eye technique to sense, but he found that the doppelganger's aura was exactly the same as Ouyang Kuan's. How is this possible? Just as he was surprised, Ouyang Kuan and the purple figure quickly rushed over, turning into two purple rays of light. He waved the star extinction sword, and the sword chi drew a half-moon arc in front of him, forcing the two to retreat. However, the two of them attacked from the front and back, and their strength was comparable to a spirit transformation realm martial artist. They actually suppressed Lin Xian. Everyone was stunned. Just when they thought Lin Xian would win, such a situation happened. As expected of Elda senior brother, he actually has such a secret technique. It seems that Lin Xian will lose for sure. That's for sure. This secret technique is equivalent to the attack of two spirit transformation realm martial artists. No matter how heaven-defying Lin Xian is, he can't resist two spirit transformation realm martial artists. However, although this secret technique is powerful, it must have a certain limit. Otherwise, it would be heaven-defying. Some people guessed that it wouldn't take long. Indeed, Yang Quin's attacks were fierce, and he looked like he wanted to end the battle quickly. He had just mastered the purple extreme diffusing light technique, so he could only use it for a short time. However, this was enough. After all, no one could resist the attack of two spirit transformation realm martial artists. Universe Devil Suppressing Hand, Yang Quin and his doppelganger used two secret techniques at the same time, attacking Lin Xian from the left and right. If this attack hit, Lin Xian would lose half of his life, even if he didn't die. The referee elder's expression became serious. He was ready to help at any time. At this moment of crisis, Lin Xian sighed and grasped the hilt of the Wind Shadow sword. Originally, he didn't want to reveal his trump card. However, facing such an attack, he had no choice but to do so. It was either the 70% sword intent or the Wind Shadow sword. After thinking about it, he decided to use the Wind Shadow sword. After all, the Wind Shadow sword was easy to recognize. Moreover, he wanted to hide his 70% sword intent as a last resort. Seeing that the huge purple palm was about to wrap Lin Xian quickly pulled out the Wind Shadow sword. With two swords in hand, Lin Xian lightly tapped his feet and spun like a whirlwind. A terrifying sword light stirred up the surroundings. The sword light flashed and filled the entire stage. In an instant, Lin Xian's doppelganger appeared on the other side of the stage. Boom! The terrifying sword light disappeared, and the two purple palms split apart. Not only that, the doppelganger was split into two and quickly disappeared. Yang Quin's iron-blooded battle robe was also torn apart. The terrifying sword intent pierced through his inner armor and left a sword mark. However, Lin Xian was very careful. The sword mark only stayed on the surface and didn't hurt Yang Quin. Yang Quin's body stiffened, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. In that instant, although he saw the sword chi's path and tried his best to resist, the sword chi was too terrifying. It instantly pierced through his defense. Everyone was stunned. They didn't see what happened at all. They only saw the stage being surrounded by the purple aura. In the next moment, the shocking sword light enveloped the stage. Although they didn't see the process of the battle clearly, they saw the result clearly. Lin Xian was unharmed, but there was a sword mark on Yang Quin's chest. The winner was immediately determined. The referee elder was also stunned. That sword strike just now gave him a breathtaking feeling. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "The winner is Lin Xian." Chapter 441. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected this result. The elders in the stand stared at the green jade sword in Lin Xian's hand. Is that sword a high-grade spirit-grade treasure? Yeah, why does it look so familiar? It looks like the Evil King's sword. Iron Hand looked at the Wind Shadow sword and slowly said, "That's right, it should be the Wind Shadow sword. I didn't expect this little guy to obtain it." What? It really is the Wind Shadow sword. No wonder he could defeat Yang Quin, the elders exclaimed. High-grade spirit-grade treasures were very precious in the Dragonstar country. Moreover, the terrifying attack bonus allowed the owner to challenge those with higher cultivation levels. Yang Quin stared at the Wind Shadow sword in Lin Xian's hand with a face full of unwillingness. However, a loss was a loss, so he could only leave in anger. Damn, I didn't expect Lin Xian to have a high-grade spirit-grade treasure. This kind of treasure is rare, even in the great sects. Yang Quin actually lost, but it wasn't an unjust loss. Even an early-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator might not be able to contend against a high-grade spirit-grade treasure. This kid is really lucky to have a high-grade spirit-grade treasure. The group of people discussed spiritedly. They all attributed Lin Xian's victory to the Wind Shadow Sword. However, they didn't know that the Wind Shadow Sword was only one of Lin Xian's many trump cards. Even without the Wind Shadow Sword, Lin Xian could still win the competition. However, he didn't want to reveal his other trump cards. With the end of the competition, the Azure Dragon Association's Spot Challenge also came to an end. Lin Xian became the biggest dark horse and took first place. He had obtained a spot in the Azure Dragon Association, and a mysterious prize was waiting for him. Not only Lin Xian, but everyone was curious about this mysterious prize. However, no matter how much they guessed, they still didn't know what it was. After the competition, Lin Xian was called away by Lord Iron Hand. Iron Hand stared at Lin Xian in the ancient study. To be honest, I didn't expect you to reach this point. Before this, I didn't even think that you could get a spot in the Azure Dragon Society. The rest will depend on your performance at the Azure Dragon Gathering. I'll do my best to get a good ranking, Lin Xian said. With your current strength, it is indeed not possible for you to obtain the Azure Dragon Chi. If you can enter the top 100 this time, you might be able to break into the top 30 next time. Iron Arms said. Azure Dragon Chi? Impossible? Lin Xian was stunned. In the entire Azure Dragon Society, there are only 72 people who can obtain true Dragon Chi. These people are all peerless geniuses. Their strength is beyond your imagination. Iron Arms continued, in the history of the Great Banner Sect, the best result was only to reach the top 50. I'm afraid it would be difficult for the rest to even reach the top 100. Lin Xian frowned slightly. This was not what he had expected. After all, he was aiming for first place. I want to know the strength of the top few martial artists in the Azure Dragon Association. Iron Arms was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to ask such a question. In his opinion, Lin Xian was biting off more than he could chew. However, he still gave an explanation. There are 4 peerless geniuses in the entire Tianan region. These people all come from 5-star sects and have a very deep background. For example, the first place is Infinite Tyrant. He is the chief disciple of the Sky Dominator sect and has reached the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. It is even rumored that he once fought with a spirit-detecting realm martial artist and didn't lose after hundreds of moves. Late stage of the spirit transformation realm, fought with a spirit-detecting realm martial artist? Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't expect the first place to be so powerful that his cultivation had reached the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Iron Arms continued, in addition to Infinite Tyrant, there is also Zhou Jianying from the Myriad Sword sect. Last time, her sword intent had already reached 70%. This time, it must be even more terrifying. It is rumored that she is very close to the large success stage. Therefore, the Azure Dragon Association is far more difficult than you think. Lin Xian took a deep breath. These geniuses were indeed beyond his expectations. No wonder Iron Arms didn't have much hope for him. With his current level, he would probably be defeated in one move if he met these people. Although you can't fight against these geniuses, if your cultivation improves a little more, you can still obtain a spot in the Azure Dragon Association. Azure Dragon Association was the title given to the top 72 martial artists. These people could enjoy the aura of the Azure Dragon, so they were called Azure Dragon Geniuses. Moreover, you don't have to be too discouraged. Your talent is extraordinary. I believe you will be able to shine in the next Azure Dragon Association. Iron Arms still recognized Lin Xian's talent. At such a young age, he had already comprehended 50% sword intent, and also the concept of wind. This kind of talent was really rare. My cultivation improves a little more. Lin Xian was puzzled. The reason he improved so quickly was because of the nefarious monarch crystal. Otherwise, even if he was a peerless genius, it would be impossible to improve his cultivation in a short period of time. Seeing the doubt in Lin Xian's eyes, Iron Arms smiled and said, "Follow me." The two of them walked towards the depths of the Great Banner Sect. The back mountain was the Great Banner Sect's forbidden area. Besides Iron Arms, no one else was allowed to enter. At this moment, Iron Arms led Lin Xian into the forbidden area. Passing through a dark cave, the two of them arrived at the underground world. Below them was a huge palace. The decorations were almost the same as the Great Banner Sect's main hall. Lin Xian was puzzled. He didn't know why Iron Arms would bring him here. Iron Arms pushed open the blood-red door and led Lin Xian in. As soon as he entered, Lin Xian felt a bone-piercing chill, as if he had entered a 10,000-year-old ice cave. "You're here," a weak voice sounded. This voice carried a trace of exhaustion. "Sect Master, are you okay?" Iron Arms asked with concern. "Sect Master?" Lin Xian was shocked. He suddenly raised his head and looked in front of him. In front of him, there was a blue throne. It emitted a cold air that could be felt from far away, and on the ice throne, there was a woman lazily leaning on it. The woman's face was cold, and her eyebrows showed endless exhaustion. Her exquisite body was leaning on the ice throne. Vaguely, there was a trace of a black flame dancing. This person is actually the Great Banner Sect's sect master. Lin Xian was shocked. During his stay, he had learned that Lord Iron Arms was the Great Banner Sect's vice sect master. However, he had never heard of the sect master. It wasn't just him. Many of the disciples didn't know. Even the core disciples had never seen her before. Lin Xian never expected that the mysterious Great Banner Sect's sect master would be a woman. Furthermore, she looked very weak. This person is injured, and her injuries aren't light. Lord Alcohol transmitted his voice. "Do you see that black flame? That kind of flame can probably burn a spirit channeling realm warrior to death." "It can burn a spirit channeling realm warrior to death?" Xian Zai was shocked. He carefully looked at the black flame. With his outstanding soul, he could clearly feel the terror of the flame. He really didn't know how this woman had endured it. Thankfully, she has the blue ice throne. Otherwise, she would have been burned to death. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, respectfully, "This junior, Lin Xian, pays his respects to senior." "Lin Xian? Isn't he the Ouyang Cohen you mentioned?" The cold woman frowned. Chapter 442. Iron Hand explained with a smile. "He is not Ouyang Cohen. He defeated Ouyang Cohen in this competition and won first place." "Oh." The cold woman's beautiful eyes turned and looked at Lin Xian. Late harmonious spirit realm, comprehending sword intent. This aura. There is even the concept of wind. He is indeed a genius. Lin Xian was shocked. The woman only glanced at him, and she could see through him. Perhaps even Iron Hand, a late spirit detecting expert, didn't have such means. "Sanfeng, since you brought him here, there shouldn't be any problem. Can you bring him to the immortal transformation pool?" The cold woman's voice was lazy, as if she didn't want to say more. "All right, I will bring him to the immortal transformation pool." "Sanfeng." At this moment, Lin Xian was shocked again. This woman actually called Iron Hand Sanfeng. Could it be Jiang Sanfeng? Lin Xian suppressed the doubts in his heart and followed Iron Hand to the bronze door at the side. Inside was a completely different world. In the center was a pool with a diameter of about 10 meters. It was shrouded in multicolored light and colorful fog. As soon as he entered, he could feel a rich spirit energy rushing towards him. Such rich spirit energy. Lin Xian was shocked. This energy was not much weaker than the energy inside the Evil King's crystal. Could this be the reward for the first place? Lin Xian's heart was burning with excitement. This was the immortal transformation pool. It only opened once every 10 years. It contained pure energy that could help a cultivator increase their realm. Go and soak yourself in it. I will bring you out after 3 days." Hearing this, Lin Xian quickly nodded. He couldn't wait any longer. If everything went well, his cultivation could increase again. This was very important to him. After all, he needed to increase his cultivation after hearing about the strength of the Azure Dragon Association's geniuses. Iron Hand left and closed the bronze door. Lin Xian quickly entered the immortal transformation pool and began to absorb the energy inside. Strands of pure energy quickly entered his body. Under the effect of the longevity art, these strands of energy turned into spirit energy in his body. 2 days later, Lin Xian's cultivation increased greatly, reaching the peak of harmonious spirit realm. This speed was too terrifying. No wonder Iron Hand had said that the reward for the first place could affect the Azure Dragon Association's ranking. At this rate, it was very likely that he would break through again and reach the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. It was only natural that an increase of 2 levels would affect the Azure Dragon Society's ranking. However, this sort of fortune could only be chanced upon by luck. After all, the immortal transformation pool would only be opened once every 10 years, and only the first place of the great sex would be able to enjoy such treatment. Fortunately, Lin Xian had won first place. Otherwise, he would not have had a chance. There's only 1 day left. I must absorb as much as I can and try to break through again. Humph, brat, no matter how hard you try, you can only reach the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to obtain the true dragon chi with your current cultivation. Even if he barely squeezes into the Azure Dragon genius, I'm afraid that the weak true dragon aura won't be able to lock onto the great dragon sword's location, said Lord Alcohol. Then what should we do? Lin Xian said, right now, I can only do my best to improve my cultivation and strive to squeeze into the top 72. It wasn't that Lin Xian wasn't talented enough. His talent was already heaven-defying. However, he had only cultivated for a short period of time. If one were to count seriously, it was only 2 years. Furthermore, he didn't have a powerful sect to rely on. All the resources and treasures he had were obtained by risking his life. As for those peerless geniuses, they were nurtured by their sects the moment they were born. They never lacked any heavenly treasures. In addition, many of those people had participated in the previous immortal transformation pool. Compared to them, Lin Xian's foundation was still too weak. Lord Alcohol, do you have a way? Asked Lin Xian. I do, but it depends on whether you dare to do it or not, said Lord Alcohol with a smile. Really? Lin Xian was delighted. As long as I can increase my cultivation, there's nothing I wouldn't dare to do. All right, then let me tell you. Do you see the flames on the woman outside? As long as you absorb it, your strength will increase greatly. What? Absorb the black flames? Lin Xian widened his eyes. With his current strength, a wisp of the black flames could burn him to ashes. Lord Alcohol, are you sure you aren't trying to burn me to death? Lin Xian's face fell. With me around, how can I burn you to death? Lord Alcohol said. However, there will be some pain when you absorb it. If you can't endure it, all your previous efforts will be for naught. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, I won't give up. Lin Xian's eyes were resolute. All right, I'll teach you the mystic technique now. Use this method to raise your cultivation to the spirit transformation realm before absorbing the black flames, said Lord Alcohol quickly. Relax your mind and don't resist. Lin Xian sat cross-legged and emptied his soul. The next moment, he was pulled by a mystical force, and his consciousness temporarily left his body. His vision blurred, and when he woke up again, he found himself in front of Lord Alcohol. In front of him, Lord Alcohol was leaning against the divine tree with a wine gourd in one hand. He looked very carefree. Xiao Xuanzi, we meet again. This is? Inside the mysterious sword, Lin Xian was shocked. He had been to this place once before, and that was the first time he learned of Lord Alcohol's existence. Xiao Xuanzi, since you will find the great dragon sword sooner or later, there's no harm in telling you some things in advance. Lord Alcohol's black hair fluttered, and his slightly lazy face looked very solemn. Of the 5 swords in the world, whoever obtains one is honored. One of them is the great dragon sword, which represents an offensive sacred art. It can be said to have the best offensive power. Apart from it, there are 4 other divine swords. One of them is the Sword of Devouring. It turns out that I'm in control of it. The Sword of Devouring is said to be able to devour everything in the world. Legend has it that when evolved to the extreme, it can even devour time and space. Later on, due to certain reasons, my body perished, and only my remnant soul came here. Now, I only have the incomplete Sword of Devouring in my hands, but it should be enough to pass it to you. Lin Xian was shocked. He never expected Zhu Ye's origins to be so astonishing. He actually possessed one of the 5 swords in the world. But what will happen to you if you pass it to me? Lin Xian asked. Although he yearned for power, he didn't want anything to happen to Lord Alcohol. In my current state, I'm afraid I'll die if I leave this space. Rather than that, I might as well pass the Sword of Devouring to you. In the past, your cultivation level was too weak. If you expose these things too early, it would be disadvantageous for you. Now, for the sake of the great dragon sword, I have no choice but to pass it to you in advance. Lord Alcohol. Lin Xian's eyes were moist. Lord Alcohol had always helped him selflessly. This kindness was like a father's love, something he would never forget. All right, it's not like we're parting forever. Why are you so sad? Lord Alcohol said. Besides, I have my own selfish motives for passing it to you. If you can find the Sword of Samsara in the future, I hope you can do me a favor. Don't worry. I'll definitely find the Sword of Samsara and help you get out. Lin Xian said solemnly. Chapter 443. All right, let's get down to business. I'll teach you the devouring sword now. With that, Lord Alcohol pointed at Lin Xian's glabella. Instantly, countless black vortexes appeared in all directions, emitting a terrifying aura like a sword from the underworld. An indescribable rhythm resounded like the sound of the great Tao. Countless terrifying scenes revolved around Lin Xian. Inside the cave, Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the immortal transformation pond with his palms facing the sky. Beside him, the snow-white monkey swam happily in the water, constantly drinking the spiritual liquid in the immortal transformation pond. Suddenly, a vortex appeared between Lin Xian's glabella, growing bigger and bigger. The black vortex spun, forming a strange suction force that rapidly absorbed the spiritual liquid in the immortal transformation pond. In an instant, a third of the spiritual liquid was sucked into the black vortex. Lin Xian's aura surged crazily. Soon, he reached the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. However, his aura was still growing rapidly. Boom! Lin Xian's aura erupted, forming a terrifying shockwave behind him. In the next moment, his cultivation reached the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Lin Xian opened his eyes. His gaze was like 2 sword beams that cut through the void. At this moment, he was like the reincarnation of the sword god, abnormally sharp. Following his awakening, the black vortex on his forehead didn't disappear. Instead, it became even more berserk. However, his cultivation didn't increase this time. Beside him, the snow-white monkey cried out anxiously. It opened its mouth and frantically absorbed the spiritual liquid. There wasn't much spiritual liquid in the immortal transformation pond to begin with. With Lin Xian and the snow-white monkey's absorption, it quickly emptied out. Whoosh! The snow-white monkey entered the demonic beast pouch. Lin Xian also put away the black vortex and slowly stood up from the immortal transformation pond. This was because he could sense a powerful aura rapidly approaching. Needless to say, the only one who could enter this secret palace was Iron Arms. Sure enough, Iron Arms pushed open the bronze door and entered. However, when he saw the dried-up, immortal transformation pond, he was stunned. In the past, the geniuses who came here to absorb the spiritual liquid could only reduce it by a third. How could there be someone like Lin Xian who had absorbed all the spiritual liquid in the immortal transformation pool? Tai Shou felt his heart ache. That was a rare treasure of the Great Flag sect. It was extremely mystical and could increase a martial artist cultivation for a short period of time. Now that the treasure had been sucked dry, it would take decades for it to recover. Seeing Iron Arm's pained expression, Lin Xian faintly smiled. I can see that the sect master's body is being tortured by the black flames. I have a way to get rid of the black flames. What? You have a way? Iron Arms was shocked, but soon he looked over with a suspicious gaze. Do you really have a way? He couldn't be blamed for not believing it. It was just that the black flames had tortured the sect master for hundreds of years. Over the past 100 years, Sect Master Lung had used all kinds of methods, but was unable to remove it. He could only use the ice throne to suppress it. One could only imagine how terrifying the black flames were. But now a young man actually told him that he had a way to get rid of the black flames. Of course, Iron Hand didn't believe him. This black flame is abnormally strange and violent. I'm afraid that only the Black Dragon clan of the Demon Clan has such power. What? You know, Iron Arms exclaimed. Of course, not only do I know, but I can also help Sect Master get rid of the black flames. Come with me. Iron Arms was too excited. For the past 100 years, Sect Master Lung had been tortured by the black flames countless times. Moreover, their Great Flag sect had fallen from a 5-star sect to a 4-star sect. If their sect master could get rid of the black flames and recover his strength, the Great Flag sect would be able to become a 5-star sect again. And at that time, they would become the only overlord of the Dragonstar country. And all of their hopes were on Lin Xian. Soon, Iron Arms led Lin Xian out of the bronze cave and into the main hall. Reaching the peak of the harmonious spirit realm in 3 days is not bad. Sect Master Lung's lazy voice sounded. Thank you for your praise, Sect Master. Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. He hit his cultivation base again. In the eyes of others, he was only at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. His real cultivation base had reached the early stage of the spirit transformation realm, and his strength was comparable to a mid-stage spirit transformation realm warrior. Even if he met a late-stage spirit transformation realm warrior, he would still have the strength to fight. Of course, he could still fight an ordinary spirit transformation realm warrior, but there was still a gap between him and the 4 peerless geniuses. Sect Master, I have good news for you. Iron Arms said excitedly. There is hope to get rid of the black dragon flame in your body. All right, San Feng, I have heard this many times over the years. Don't say it again. Sect Master Lung shook his head slightly. You should focus on preparing the Azure Dragon Association. If I can get more Azure Dragon True Chi this time, I might be able to suppress the black dragon flame again. Sect Master, what Lord Iron Arms said is true. I might be able to help you get rid of the black dragon flame in your body. You? Sect Master Lung didn't believe him. Young man, it is better to be down to earth. She thought that Lin Xian was a bootlicker. However, Lin Xian's next words made her sit up in shock. Do you feel the most pain every day during the Z hour and the most relaxed time during the Chen hour? What? Sect Master Lung exclaimed. As she opened her eyes, a terrifying pressure filled the hall. San Feng, Sect Master, I didn't tell him this. Iron Arms was equally shocked. However, he was delighted. The more Lin Xian said, the more capable he was. Lin Xian was alarmed when he sensed the terrifying pressure. This aura had probably exceeded that of a spirit-detecting realm warrior. What's this woman's cultivation level? He was puzzled. Supremacy, Lord Alcohol said with a voice transmission. Above the spirit-detecting realm is the supremacy realm. This woman has long reached the supremacy realm. However, she has been tortured by the black dragon flame all these years. I'm afraid she only has 10% or 20% of her strength left. Supremacy. Lin Xian took a deep breath. That was the true overlord of a region. The sect that a supremacy belonged to was a 5-star sect. The top factions in the entire South Horizon region were also those massive 5-star sections. Can you really treat it? Sect Master Lung's body trembled slightly. The entire hall's aura was in a frenzy. The terrifying pressure made Iron Arms break out in cold sweat. However, under such circumstances, the black flames in Sect Master Lung's body suddenly counterattacked. Her body was instantly enveloped by black flames. Not good. Iron Arm's expression changed drastically. He instantly took out a tattered iron blood flag and pressed it against the black flames. The ice throne emitted a terrifying frosty aura that suppressed the black dragon flame. However, the black dragon flame was abnormally violent. It seized the moment when Sect Master Lung lost control and counterattacked crazily. Just as Sect Master Lung was about to collapse, the great dragon sword intent in Lin Xian's body hummed. A deep dragon roar sounded. Immediately, the black flames seemed to be frightened. They quickly retreated and burrowed back into Sect Master Lung's body. This caused Iron Arms and Sect Leader Lung to be stunned. Chapter 444. Lin Xian's aura suppressed the black dragon flame. Sect Master Lung and Iron Arms were stunned. At this moment, Sect Master Lung's chest heaved up and down as she gripped the ice throne with both hands. It had been 100 years, almost 100 years. She finally had hope. Taking a deep breath, Sect Master Lung calmed down. She raised her hand and took out a scroll. This is a divine sword visualization painting. It's a treasure I obtained from the ancient ruins. This visualization painting is a treasure for a swordsman. If you can help me get rid of the black dragon flame, I'll give you this treasure. Divine sword visualization paintings. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Since it was obtained from the ancient ruins, it must be extraordinary. He did not think too much about it. After all, he had absorbed the black dragon flame, and it was beneficial to him. He did not expect Sect Master Lung to give him a divine sword visualization painting. How could he miss out on such a treasure? Thank you, Sect Master. I'll do my best. Then Lin Xian came to the ice throne and said in a deep voice, Sect Master, I hope you don't resist during the process of absorbing the black dragon flame. Otherwise, the black dragon flame will be dormant in your body, and you won't be able to absorb it completely. Sect Master Lung nodded. In the next moment, she withdrew her spiritual power and left the ice throne with light steps. Lin Xian sat on the ice throne and was ready to attack at any time. Sure enough, when Sect Master Lung gave up resisting, the black dragon flame in her body suddenly flourished and enveloped her. Buzz! A black vortex appeared between Lin Xian's eyebrows and produced a terrifying suction force that instantly enveloped the black dragon eye. In just a moment, more than half of the black dragon flame was sucked away. In the next moment, Lin Xian's body trembled, and countless black dragon flames enveloped his body. A stinging burning sensation came, making him feel like he was better off dead. It was as if his soul had been ignited. Lin Xian nearly lost his mind and lost control. Fortunately, he had comprehended the dragon sword essence, and his willpower was extraordinary. Maintaining a trace of clarity, he controlled the black vortex with all his strength. Soon, all the black dragon flame was sucked into the vortex. After these black dragon flames left sect Master Lung's body, they vented all their resentment on Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly spread the great dragon sword intent to every part of his body. Moreover, he used the cold energy of the frozen throne to suppress the black dragon flames. The sword of devouring unleashed its power and sucked away all the black flames. Although it was only for a moment, the pain made him feel as if he had experienced tens of thousands of years. Fortunately, everything went smoothly in the end. The black dragon flames were completely devoured by the sword of devouring. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If he had wavered in the slightest, the black flames would have burned him to ashes. Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for saving my life. Sect leader Lung smiled. Beside him, Iron Arms also said gratefully, Young Master Lin, you are the benefactor of the Great Flag sect. Seniors, you're exaggerating. Lin Xian smiled faintly and left the ice-ceiling throne. Lin Gongzi, this is the Divine Sword Visualization Diagram. It should be able to inspire you. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Xian took the Divine Sword Visualization Diagram and left the underground palace with Iron Arms. In the following days, Lin Xian began to increase his strength with all his might. In the mysterious space of the small sword, there were two more things. One was the spiritual liquid from the immortal transformation pool, and the other was a ball of black flames. The violent black dragon flames were unusually quiet, as if they were afraid of something. The spiritual liquid from the immortal transformation pool was only effective for harmonious spirit realm warriors. After Lin Xian entered the spirit transformation realm, it lost its effect. However, he planned to use the spiritual liquid to help the Snow White Little Monkey and Little Gold increase their strength. Little Gold was also a mutated beast. With the help of the spiritual liquid, it quickly grew into an 8th rank demonic beast. At this moment, 3 purple gold lines condensed behind Little Gold's back. Its aura was unusually strong. Lin Xian put it away with satisfaction and turned to look at the Snow White Little Monkey. After the Snow White Little Monkey consumed the liquid, its appearance didn't change much. However, Lin Xian wasn't worried. The little monkey's origin was very mysterious. Even the 3-headed pig wasn't its opponent. Wuji, the Snow White Little Monkey rubbed its head against Lin Xian's face. It seemed to be more intelligent. After playing with the little monkey for a while, Lin Xian entered the mysterious small sword again. This time, he planned to refine the black dragon flames. However, the process was very difficult and could take a long time. After all, the black dragon flames could even burn venerables to death. He had to be careful. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the sword of devouring in addition to the great dragon sword intent. Although it was broken, it was more than enough to resist the black dragon flames. Taking out a strand of black flames from the black dragon flames, Lin Xian absorbed it into his body and began to absorb the terrifying and violent energy. 3 days later, he opened his eyes and felt that his aura had become stronger. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air he didn't cultivate anymore. Instead, he took out a scroll. It was the Divine Sword Visualization Diagram. On the scroll, a long sword was drawn. It was very lifelike, as if it was going to fly out of the scroll. Lin Xian looked at it and felt a strange concept. It was as if he was looking at some ancient battles after a long time. He withdrew from the Divine Sword Visualization Diagram. This time, he felt a lot of things. Just like that, time passed quickly as he cultivated and comprehended. It was less than a month before the Azure Dragon Association. All the major forces had already begun their preparations. Dragonrise Nation, 6 major forces. For major families, a total of 40 geniuses would participate in the Azure Dragon Association. The Azure Dragon Association would be held in the ancient Azure Dragon City. It was a long journey and required a teleportation array. This kind of long-distance teleportation array was very ancient and didn't exist in the Dragonstar Nation. They would need to go to the nearby five-star sect, the Heavenly Fire sect. Therefore, the geniuses of the Dragonstar Nation would first go to the Northern Teleportation Array and go to the Heavenly Fire sect. Then they would go to the Azure Dragon City through the ancient teleportation array of the Heavenly Fire sect, Daki Gate. Everyone was gathered at the martial arts square. Ouyang Kun and the others had arrived early. Why isn't Lin Xian here yet? I don't know. He shouldn't have missed it. Humph. He's so arrogant. I wonder what reward he got this time. A group of people was discussing. Look, he's here. Everyone turned around and saw a figure quickly approaching from afar. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the martial arts square. You're late. Ouyang Kun's voice was cold, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. The first place should have belonged to him. However, Lin Xian came out of nowhere and made him lose face. Not only that, but he also took away the mysterious reward. Sorry, I've been cultivating recently and delayed some time, Lin Xian said with a smile. Cultivating? Humph. Let me see the results of your recent cultivation. Ouyang Kun sneered and suddenly attacked. As soon as he attacked, he used extreme purple light speed. His real body and doppelganger quickly flew out, and a merciless purple hand slapped toward Lin Xian. This aura was 30% stronger than before. As expected of eldest senior brother, he can still increase his strength in such a short time. I'm afraid Lin Xian is in danger. The purple hand carried a violent force and instantly slapped toward Lin Xian. Chapter 445. Lin Xian smirked. He didn't even pull out his sword. Instead, he used his fingers as a sword and drew an illusory sword shadow in front of him. These days, he had been studying the divine sword visualization picture, and his sword art had become more profound. A sword light slashed out and turned into countless sword chi, breaking the extreme purple light splitting art. Boom. Ouyang Kun retreated with a pale face. What? He forced Ouyang Kun to retreat with one move, and he didn't even pull out his wine shadow sword. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was able to win last time because of the wind shadow sword, but this time he defeated Ouyang Kun without even pulling out his sword. This kind of improvement was heaven-defying. They were already shocked by Ouyang Kun's improvement, but compared to Lin Xian, it was not even worth mentioning. Ouyang Kun's face was pale with fear. He was defeated by Lin Xian with one move. This kind of disparity made him feel a strong sense of powerlessness. Lin Xian, what kind of reward did you get? Hua Fei asked curiously. Lin Xian smiled faintly. He channeled the spirit energy in his body, and a vast aura gushed out. This is peak harmonious spirit realm. Everyone widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Ouyang Kun's voice trembled. 1 month. In just 1 month, he went from late harmonious spirit realm to peak harmonious spirit realm. This speed was too terrifying, not to mention Lin Xian. Even the 4 peerless geniuses couldn't do it. Is this the reward for the first place? Hua Fei widened his eyes. Lin Xian smiled and didn't explain. He stood with his hands behind his back and waited quietly. Everyone looked at Lin Xian with reverence. Even Ouyang Kun didn't dare to act rashly. Lin Xian already had the strength to challenge those of a higher realm. Now that his cultivation had increased, he could kill Ouyang Kun with one move. Lin Xian didn't show off his cultivation to show off. He just didn't want to be defeated by others. His goal had already jumped away from these people. Only the peerless geniuses from the Azure Dragon Assembly could make his blood boil. Not long after, he looked up at the sky. In the sky, 3 Jiao dragons roared ferociously. The bronze chariot floated in the air, exuding a savage aura. "Greetings, Sir Iron Hand. The 5 of you. Follow me to the northern teleportation platform." Iron Hand's voice came from the bronze chariot. Immediately, Lin Xian's group of 5 rose into the air, rushing towards the bronze war chariot. Apart from Lin Xian's group of 5, Iron Arms and 2 other elders were also going to the Azure Dragon Society. The group stepped onto the bronze chariot and quickly flew towards the teleportation formation in the north of the Dragon Star Nation. There, all the young warriors of the Dragon Star Kingdom headed for the Heavenly Fire Sect. The teleportation array in the north of the Dragon Star Nation was located in a huge desert. Half of the 6 great forces and 4 great clans had already arrived. The arrival of Lin Xian and the others attracted everyone's attention. The disciples of the 6 great factions seemed quite calm because they had the same status as the Great Banner sect. However, the people of the 4 great families were quite nervous. This was especially so for the Jiang family's elder, who looked at the bronze war chariot with a complicated expression. "Big Brother Lin." Among the Jiang family warriors, Jiang Yuding cried out. Beside her, a 5-colored peacock also called out to Lin Xianming. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. The snow-white peacock on his shoulder was also jumping happily. "Sister Ting, do you know that person?" A white-robed youth near Jiang Yuding had a solemn expression. He lifted his gaze slightly and looked at Lin Xian, but he realized that he could not see the latter's cultivation level. "Yes, Big Brother Lin saved in and before. He's my benefactor," Jiang Yuding said happily. Lin Xian and the others walked out of the bronze war chariot and landed in an empty space below. While the crowd was sizing them up, Lin Xian was also observing the young warriors around him. These people had extraordinary strength and powerful auras. A few of them were as strong as Ouyang Kuan. They were probably the chief disciples of other factions. "Little Brother Lin," a simple and honest voice sounded. Lin Xian turned around. "You really came." This youth was the companion that Lin Xian had met in Qingshan City, Dongfang Xiong. At this moment, Dongfang Xiong still had a simple and honest expression, but his aura was even more powerful. His aura was much stronger than Ouyang Kuan's. "This is the power of bloodline." Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect Dongfang Xiong to have the power of bloodline. This kind of talent was much higher than ordinary geniuses. The 2 of them were talking when a mocking voice sounded. "Ouyang Kuan, I haven't seen you for a few years, but you're still the same. It looks like you won't be able to become a spirit transformation realm warrior in this lifetime." Lin Xian turned around and saw a group of young men walking over. They were teasing Ouyang Kuan. Ouyang Kuan cried out, "Spirit transformation realm. You've actually entered the spirit transformation realm." Spirit transformation realm. The surrounding warriors all looked over. The Great Flag sect disciples were even more shocked. To be able to enter the spirit transformation realm at this age meant that he was definitely a genius. One had to know that in the entire Dragon Star Nation, only this youth had reached the spirit transformation realm. "Who is this person?" Lin Xian was surprised. He looked at the white-robed youth with a hint of interest. His cultivation was also at the spirit transformation realm, but he hid it so no one knew. "This person is called Zhao Kuang. He's a member of the Dragon Star Nation's royal family," Hua Fei explained. Like Ouyang Kuan, he had also participated in the previous Azure Dragon Society. However, his ranking was higher than Ouyang Kuan's, and he had broken through to the spirit transformation realm this time. He probably had a chance to compete for a spot in the Azure Dragon Society. "This person is very strong." Dongfang Xiong's expression was also serious. Soon, all the participants arrived. At this moment, Zhao Kuang stood in the center and spoke in a clear voice. Participating in the Azure Dragon Society this time is not only representing your sect, but also the Dragon Star Nation. Therefore, I will lead the team this time. What? You're leading the team? Everyone was in an uproar. Although he said he was leading the team, he was actually becoming the #1 person in the Dragon Star Nation. You're leading the team? On what basis? Someone was unconvinced. Everyone present was a genius and was very proud. How could they be willing to admit defeat? On strength. Zhao Kuang coldly snorted. The aura of the spirit transformation realm erupted from his body and swept out in all directions. A heart-palpitating aura pressed down in all directions, causing the expressions of the geniuses to change slightly. Other than Lin Xian, everyone felt a sense of oppression. Whoever is unconvinced can come up and challenge me. Zhao Kuang's gaze swept past everyone. His cold gaze caused many people to be shocked. One had to know that Zhao Kuang was an old man who had participated in the Azure Dragon Society once. He was very experienced, and his cultivation had reached the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. With this kind of strength and identity, he could suppress the geniuses of the other factions. I'm not convinced. Someone stood out. It's that monster from the Star Ocean sect. It's said that he's only 20 years old this year, but he can already defeat the older generation of spirit transformation realm cultivators. Looks like there's going to be a good show. Many people had excited expressions on their faces. The monster from the Star Ocean sect walked out. He was wearing a blue robe and had a cold and arrogant expression. He didn't put anyone in his eyes at all. What's so great about the spirit transformation realm? I've killed many spirit transformation realm cultivators. As for participating in the previous Azure Dragon Society, it only means that you're old. Chapter 446. Everyone thought that Zhao Kuang was arrogant, but they didn't expect the Star Ocean sect to be even more arrogant. He dared to say that Zhao Kuang was old. Although Zhao Kuang had participated in the last Azure Dragon Assembly, his real age was only around 30 years old. He was considered very young among the 4 to 500 years old spirit transforming realm cultivators. I will use facts to prove that you are indeed old. The Star Ocean sect genius was very confident. Presumptuous! Presumptuous! The royal disciple shouted coldly. Zhao Kuang stopped the disciple behind him and said with a playful smile, "Since you don't want to admit defeat, I will play with you." Everyone was excited and looked at the field nervously. Lin Xian frowned and asked doubtfully, "Won't the upper echelons of the sect do anything?" Hua Fei shook her head playfully. "They won't, as long as no one dies. These are all genius disciples. Too strict of a discipline will restrict their nature." "That's true." Lin Xian nodded and looked at the field. The Star Ocean sect genius shook his arms 9 times, and a star appeared in the sky. A vast and boundless qi gushed out and rushed toward Zhao Kuang along with his swinging palm. "Suppress!" Zhao Kuang's hand fell, and his terrifying palm enlarged, forming a green lotus that covered the sky. This was the strength of a spirit-transforming realm cultivator. Not only could he control the surrounding spiritual qi, but he could also merge his body with the spiritual qi to attack. The huge green lotus was 100 meters tall with crystal-clear petals. It spun rapidly and formed a terrifying force. Even 10 harmonious spirit realm cultivators wouldn't be able to resist that force. Boom! The vast starlight and the green lotus collided, and a terrifying force shook the surroundings. Everyone was shocked. This force was far stronger than them. As expected of a spirit-transforming realm cultivator, his spiritual qi usage is too brilliant, Hua Fei said with envy. In the blink of an eye, several moves had passed. The Star Ocean sect genius was suppressed, but he didn't show any signs of losing. The Star Ocean sect genius was indeed extraordinary to be able to compete with Zhao Kuang. One should know that geniuses were able to fight above their level. For example, Zhao Kuang was an early spirit transforming realm cultivator. However, his strength was comparable to an ordinary mid-spirit transforming realm cultivator. However, the Star Ocean Sect's monstrous genius was able to resist until now with his peak harmonious spirit cultivation base. Humph! Green Lotus Mountain, Zhao Kuang harumphed coldly. Being unable to capture a harmonious spirit warrior after such a long time made him lose face. The gigantic lotus blossomed, covering the sky and forming a green mist. On the other side, the monster from the Star Ocean Sect was cloaked in the radiance of the stars. Behind him was a vast ocean, rolling up thousands of waves. The waves and the starlight fused together to form the power of the sea of stars, which rushed into the sky. Boom! The void trembled, almost shattering. Zhao Kuang took a step back and frowned. The monster from the Star Ocean Sect kept retreating. However, he quickly transferred the force to the ground and didn't suffer much damage. Humph! What are you talking about? A spirit realm expert is only SOL. The Stellar Ocean Sect monster refused to accept this and wanted to fight with his life on the line. The starry sky above his head began to revolve, forming a terrifying energy. All right, save your strength for the Azure Dragon assembly. A terrifying giant hand appeared, stopping the competition. Lin Xian raised his head and discovered that it was the upper echelons of the Star Ocean Sect. Although the competition did not continue, at the last moment, that terrifying aura formed by the Star Ocean Sect freak made them fearful. Who else is not convinced? You can continue to challenge me. Zhao Kuang said coldly. Everyone was silent. The strength that Zhao Kuang displayed just now was very strong. They had no chance of winning at all. Even if they forced a draw, it would be meaningless. The Zhao clan is a royal family. Moreover, Brother Zhao is a spirit transformation realm expert. It's natural for him to lead the team. The disciple of the Red Leaf clan was the first to express his opinion. With this example, the other forces agreed. In the end, only the Dragon Elephant Sect and Great Flag Sect were left. What do you mean? Zhao Kuang looked at the disciples of the two sections. Hee, I'll take you on. Beside Lin Xian, Dongfeng Xiong stood up with a silly smile. The disciple of the Dragon Elephant Sect shrugged and did not stop Dongfeng Xiong's actions. Seeing this, the crowd was in an uproar again. There was actually someone who dared to challenge Zhao Kuang. Another one courting death. The disciple of the Zhao clan sneered. Brother Xiong, do your best. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, Brother Lin. I'm confident. Dongfeng Xiong walked onto the stage. Take my fist. Finishing his words, a terrifying fist. Boom. With one punch, the entire ground cracked, and all the air in front of him was sucked out. Damn, what kind of strength is this? So terrifying. Green Lotus Mountain. Zhao Kuang swept his palm and formed a green lotus to protect his body. Bang! The iron fist smashed into the green lotus. It was as if two mountains had collided, causing the ground to tremble. Spirit energy surged, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. Humph! It's useless. Zhao Kuang was wrapped in the green lotus, and his face was filled with disdain. Dragon Elephant Fist. Dongfeng Xiong roared and used the ultimate technique of the Dragon Elephant Sect. A terrifying force surged out and collided with the green lotus, causing wave-like ripples to appear. Cracks that resembled a spider web actually appeared on the crystal-clear lotus flower. Furthermore, the cracks rapidly expanded, covering the entire petal. What? He actually cracked the petal of the green lotus. The disciple of the Zhao clan screamed in horror. This green lotus was formed from a cultivation technique. Their Zhao clan's cultivation technique was an earth-grade martial art. The moment the green lotus appeared, It was incomparably mysterious. Coupled with the use of a genius like Zhao Kuang, even a mid-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator might not be able to break it. However, Dongfang Xiong had actually cracked the Green Lotus with just his physical strength. It was too terrifying. Die for me. Green Lotus condense. Zhao Kuang's face was gloomy as the spirit energy in his body surged out. The huge green lotus blossomed with dazzling light and gradually condensed as if a real green lotus had been reborn. The huge green lotus petal was like a sharp, heavenly blade as it slashed toward Dongfang Xiong. Not good. That kid is in danger. Even a spirit transformation realm cultivator wouldn't dare to take this attack head on. Damn, that kid actually took it head on. He's courting death. The disciple of the Zhao clan sneered. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He used his eye technique and could vaguely see the blood in Dongfang Xiong's body surging. There was a layer of faint golden light in his body. This is bloodline power? Lin Xian was shocked. The bloodline power in Dongfang Xiong's body was much stronger than those of the bloodline disciples he had seen before. Even he felt a sense of apprehension. A layer of golden light appeared in Dongfang Xiong's body. He circulated his bloodline power and punched the green lotus. A terrifying force shook the surroundings like an earthquake. Boom! In the sky, the green lotus condensed from an earth-grade martial art was split in half by the punch and fell to the ground. Zhao Guang's pupils shrank. He quickly retreated and used the divine lotus fist to push Dongfang Xiong back. Boom, boom, boom. Dongfang Xiong retreated, creating several deep pits in the ground. Zhao Kuang's face was pale, and his body trembled. Chapter 447. Everyone was stunned. Although Dongfang Xiong was pushed back in the end, the scene of him exploding the green lotus with one punch was deeply imprinted in their minds. Especially the Zhao family disciples, the corners of their mouths twitched, and their faces were filled with fear. What lotus? It's as hard as a turtle shell. Dongfang Xiong rubbed his fist and sat down beside Lin Xian with a silly smile. Old Li, does that youth have that kind of bloodline? At this moment, the upper echelons of the major forces were communicating with their divine sense. The one who spoke was an elder of the royal family. Elder Li of the Dragon Elephant sect smiled and said, "You will know in the future whether or not he has that kind of bloodline. However, that kid from your Zhao family is not very good. He was actually tied with 2 rising stars in a row." Humph! The old man from the royal family snorted, but he had to admit that those 2 youths did have the qualifications to fight against Zhao Kuang. The new generation surpasses the old. I can imagine that it won't be long before this world belongs to the young. Iron Hand sighed. Humph! What young? The royal family elder sneered. Your great banner sect's leader this time isn't very good. It's far worse than the previous years. Is it bad? You will know when the time comes. Iron Hand smiled indifferently. He had seen Lin Xian's terror, but he still couldn't figure out the youth's background. However, in his opinion, it wouldn't be difficult for Lin Xian to defeat Zhao Kuang. Below, after the battle between Dongfang Xiong and Zhao Kuang, only the Great Banner sect was left. Zhao Kuang looked at Ouyang Kuan with a playful expression. What is the meaning of your Great Banner sect? What? You want to challenge me? His words are full of disdain. Ouyang Kuan's face was gloomy. He clenched his fists, but then he put them down. He had sparred with Zhao Kuang several times, but he lost every time. Now that Zhao Kuang had reached the early stage of the spirit transformation realm, the gap between them would be even greater. If I get the first place reward, I will definitely be able to enter the transcendent realm. Ouyang Kuan's heart was filled with anger as he glared at Lin Xian. Then the corners of his mouth curled up into a strange sneer. He decided to provoke Zhao Kuang and ruthlessly beat up Lin Xian. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. I have no objections to you being the leader, O Yongquin said in a deep voice. However, this is the leader of the Great Banner sect, not me. Even if you ask me, it's useless. What? Not you. The surrounding disciples were stunned. They all knew O Yongquin's strength. He was definitely able to suppress the other disciples of the Great Banner sect. The smile on Zhao Kuang's face froze as he stared at O Yongquin. You dare to trick me? Oh, Yongquin shrugged his shoulders. He's the first in this competition. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Then he pointed at Lin Xian. Suddenly, everyone turned to look at Lin Xian, but they soon revealed suspicious expressions. Even Zhao Kuang sneered. Him? He's still a teenager, right? Is there no one else in your great sect? You're all cowards. The others also roared with laughter. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian was too young. He looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old. Moreover, the aura on his body was very faint. They weren't sure of his cultivation, but they guessed that he was at most of late, harmonious spirit realm. However, they soon stopped laughing because all the disciples of the Great Banner sect were looking at Lin Xian with a strange expression. Could it be that the leader is this teenager? Everyone was stunned. It's really you? Zhao Kuang looked down at Lin Xian. The Great Banner sect is really declining. They actually let a young brat be their leader. What a joke. All right, I'll be the leader of the Dragon Star country this time. Zhao Kuang turned around and said loudly. He didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. Lin Xian stared at Zhao Kuang's back and narrowed his eyes. Originally, he didn't plan to take action, but this Zhao Kuang was too arrogant. It was fine if he raised his status, but he shouldn't have stepped on the head of the Great Banner sect. Since you're the leader, shouldn't you ask for our Great Banner sect's opinion? Lin Xian stood up and asked coldly. The disciples of the Great Banner sect heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Xian gratefully. Indeed, Zhao Kuang's words made them sullen. However, the gap between them made them unable to take action. But Lin Xian stood up at the crucial moment. He was the hero of the Great Banner sect. However, he sneered in his heart, what an idiot daring to go against Zhao Kuang. Let's see how you'll die this time. Zhao Kuang's face darkened. He quickly turned around and looked at Lin Xian coldly. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. He stretched out his palm, and a green lotus appeared, pressing down mercilessly. The void trembled as a terrifying spiritual energy enveloped Lin Xian. The surrounding cultivators quickly retreated, fearing that they would be affected by the spiritual energy. Little brother Lin, do your best. I believe in you. Dongfang Xiong cheered from the side. Lin Xian looked at the green lotus above his head and narrowed his eyes. F*CK. This brat is scared silly. He's not even moving. Too weak. Why did the Great Banner sect send someone like him? Zhao Kuang sneered and pressed his palm down mercilessly. Boom. Lin Xian's body was penetrated. The disciples of the Great Banner sect exclaimed. They thought that Lin Xian was dead, but they were stunned soon after, because the figure turned into a wisp of green smoke and quickly dissipated in the air. He dodged? When did he dodge? Everyone was shocked. They didn't see it clearly at all. Zhao Kuang's face darkened. To be honest, he didn't see it either. Damn brat. How is he so fast? He cursed in his heart. At the same time, he used the green lotus to cover his body. Just as he finished his defensive measures, Lin Xian instantly appeared behind him. He waved his arm, and a terrifying sword Qi slashed down. Like 3,000 lightning bolts, the violent sword Qi slashed on the green lotus, emitting a sonorous sound. That terrifying force caused Zhao Kuang to stagger. Die for me! His face was sinister. He didn't expect that he would suffer a loss. He waved his palm and 2 green lotus petals slashed into the void. However, Lin Xian's figure had already disappeared. Whoosh! Lin Xian appeared in front of Zhao Kuang again. He waved his arm and slashed out another thunderous sword chi. Green Lotus Mountain. Lin Xian's speed was too fast. Zhao Kuang couldn't catch him at all and could only defend. Fortunately, his Green Lotus technique was an earth-grade martial art. It was hard and sturdy. The terrifying lightning struck the Green Lotus, causing countless sparks to fly. It's useless. No matter how fast you are, it's useless. You're too weak. You can't break my defense at all. Zhao Kuang laughed loudly. The surrounding air vibrated, forming countless lotuses that bloomed in the air. The terrifying aura interweaved into a large net that quickly fell. However, Lin Xian sneered. I can't break your defense. Are you sure? The lightning sword light disappeared. Lin Xian waved his arm and stabbed out with sword chi. Wind Emperor's sword. This sword contained a terrifying sword intent. It pierced through the Green Lotus defense and stabbed into his chest. Bang! Zhao Kuang's body stiffened. The Green Lotus phantom on his body quickly faded. Drops of blood dripped to the ground. Kuang, in the sky, a cry of surprise sounded. Chapter 448. The elder of the royal family was shocked, but when he sensed that Zhao Kuang was only injured, he let out a sigh of relief. Do you still think the disciples of the Daji sect are bad? Iron Hand mocked. The elder of the royal family looked at Iron Hand coldly and snorted. Iron Hand didn't care and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. With the strength that Lin Xian had displayed, he could enter the top 100 of the Azure Dragon Society. Moreover, he believed that Lin Xian must have a trump card. When the time came, it was very likely that he would enter the top 72. Below, the crowd was stunned. It took a long time for them to exclaim, I'm not dreaming, right? Zhao Kuang was injured. Oh my God! Who is this kid? His sword chi is so terrifying. When did the Daji sect have such a heaven-defying genius? The monsters of the Star Ocean sect looked at Lin Xian with fighting spirit in their eyes. The people of the Dragon Elephant sect had strange expressions. Anyone who was with Dongfang Xiong must be a monster. Lin Xian returned to the Daji sect with a smile. He looked at Ouyang Kuan with a sharp gaze. Ouyang Kuan's heart skipped a beat and cold sweat flowed down his back. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's strength made his heart tremble. He could actually injure Zhao Kuang. This kind of strength was enough to kill him. From now on, he didn't dare to provoke Lin Xian anymore. Brother Lin, good job, Dongfang Xiong shouted. Hua Fei and the other disciples also cheered. Zhao Kuang's face darkened and his body trembled. His aura quickly surged and a green lotus appeared behind him. Kid, how dare you injure me? As the first person to break through to the spirit transformation realm in the Dragonstar country, he thought that he was a peerless genius and wanted to lead the young martial artists of the Dragonstar country. However, he didn't expect to be injured by Lin Xian. He couldn't bear it. He had to kill Lin Xian to calm the anger in his heart. Are you sure you want to fight? Lin Xian was fearless. He slid his fingers and grabbed the black scabbard. A wave of sword chi rushed into the sky. Terrifying sword intent surged, as if countless sword lights had passed through everyone's hearts. Everyone was so shocked that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It was as if there was a divine sword hanging above their heads that could fall at any time. This is sword intent. Everyone's hearts beat wildly. A swordsman who had comprehended sword essence was definitely a terrifying existence. Zhao Kuang was also shocked. To be honest, he didn't have much confidence in defeating Lin Xian, who had comprehended sword intent. However, the current situation made it difficult for him to back down. Just as the battle was about to break out, A resounding voice sounded from the sky. All right, everyone stop. Whatever grudges you have, wait until the Azure Dragon assembly. The royal elder said in a low voice. To be honest, Lin Xian's performance made him feel uncertain. He didn't want Zhao Kuang to get injured at this time. Hearing this, Zhao Kuang heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, his heart was in his mouth again. Lin Xian, are you willing to be the leader of the Dragon Star Kingdom? Iron Arms asked. Not interested. Lin Xian shook his head decisively. He was indeed not interested. Being the leader would definitely be very troublesome. Moreover, he had to comprehend the divine sword visualization diagram and absorb the energy of the black dragon flames. There was no extra time at all. Hearing Lin Xian's answer, everyone's expression was strange. This guy really didn't care at all? However, the royal elder heaved a sigh of relief. In that case, let Zhao Kuang be the leader. No one objected. Lin Xian didn't object, so the others naturally couldn't say anything. However, after this battle, everyone's opinion of Lin Xian and Dakemen had completely changed. Even the royal family didn't dare to easily cause trouble for Dakemen. Hua Fei and the others felt very happy when they felt the respectful gazes around them. They looked at Lin Xian gratefully. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, they wouldn't have such a status. Zhao Kuang was going crazy. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Xian apart. He was now the leader of Longxing Kingdom, but he couldn't feel happy. This feeling was like he was picking up trash that Lin Xian didn't want. Arrogant brat. Wait until the Azure Dragon meeting. I'll let you know my true strength. This storm passed quickly. Not long after, many participants stood on the teleportation platform. With a flash of white light, these people disappeared. Heavenly Fire Sect, a 5-star sect, the true overlord of the Tianan region. There were not only experts in the sect, but there were also terrifying existences like supremacies. Moreover, their younger generation was very powerful. Among them, the most dazzling genius was Heavenly Fire Crown Prince Jin Wudao. He was one of the 4 peerless prodigies and ranked 3rd in the previous Azure Dragon meeting. Every title was so dazzling that people of the same generation couldn't raise their heads. At this moment, there was a huge teleportation array near Heavenly Fire Sect. With a flash of white light, a group of figures appeared. Lin Xian's spiritual power vibrated, and he quickly woke up. Immediately after, he felt a scorching aura rushing towards him. This heat wave was very shocking, making him wonder if he was teleported wrongly. He looked up in surprise and saw that the surroundings were fiery red. In the distance, there was a towering volcano that pierced into the clouds. Flames rose from it, creating a terrifying scene. Flaming Mountain, where Heavenly Fire Sect was located. The disciples of Heavenly Fire Sect all cultivated fire elemental cultivation techniques. On Flaming Mountain, it could speed up their cultivation. At this moment, disciples from many countries had arrived near Flaming Mountain, near Heavenly Fire Sect. There were 4 strong countries and dozens of large countries. In addition, there were also some powerful families and sections. Dragonstar Country was one of the 4 strong countries, so their arrival attracted the attention of many people, especially Heavenly Wind Country, which didn't have a good relationship with Dragonstar Country. At this moment, they were looking coldly at Lin Xian and the others. Zhao Kuang, this time I'll beat you until you can't get up. The leader of Heavenly Wind Country was a purple-haired youth. At this moment, he was staring coldly at Zhao Kuang. Lin Xian looked over and found that the purple-haired youth's cultivation was also at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Other than the purple-haired youth, the other cultivators of Heavenly Wind Country were about the same strength as Dragonstar Country and didn't have much of an advantage. Xiling, this time I'll let you know how powerful I am. Zhao Kuang coldly snorted. Verbal battles like this happened everywhere in the vicinity. Lin Xian helplessly shook his head and closed his eyes to comprehend the divine sword visualization diagram. At this moment, the teleportation array lit up again. Another group of cultivators walked out. Everyone looked over, and soon Dragonstar Country and the other strong countries lost interest. The Sky Mountain Empire's martialists who walked out of the teleportation array were not weak, but they were still lacking compared to the Dragonstar Empire. At this moment, the cultivators of Heavenly Mountain Country felt the powerful aura around them, and their expressions became unnatural. Feng you're still young. You'll definitely be able to achieve good results next time. Ling Fengzi nodded. As a genius of Black Wind's sect, he had high hopes. However, when he came here, he realized how weak he was. He even saw several young cultivators of the spirit transformation realm. This kind of cultivation was an overlord in Heavenly Mountain Country. Oh, it's him. Ling Fengzi's body suddenly stiffened. Chapter 449. Ling Fengzi's body froze because he saw Lin Xian. For a moment, he had the urge to rush over. However, when he realized that Lin Xian was in Longxing Nation, he broke out in cold sweat. Impossible! How did he get a spot in Longxing Nation? Ling Fengzi refused to believe it, but the truth was right in front of his eyes. The Black Wind sect elder beside him was also stunned. Although he had never seen Lin Xian before, Lin Xian's portrait and deeds were widely known in Tiansha Nation. Back then, their Black Wind sect had tried their best to kill Lin Xian. Who would have thought that in less than a year, Lin Xian would actually attend the Azure Dragon Genius Assembly? Furthermore, he was a genius from Longxing Nation. For a moment, he even had the urge to run. If Lin Xian discovered them, their Black Wind sect might be annihilated. One had to know that Black Wind sect was only a 3-star sect and was considered an overlord in Tiansha Nation. However, such a force was nothing compared to the Longxing Nation. The 6 major powers in Longxing Nation all had the strength of 4-star sections. They were far from what they could compare to. The only fortunate thing was that Lin Xian was resting with his eyes closed and did not see them. Ling Fengzi and the rest secretly came to the crowd with a flustered mentality. Lin Xian closed his eyes and split a trace of his soul spirit to observe the surroundings. He also summoned the snow-white monkey to watch over him. Most of his energy was placed on comprehending the divine sword visualization diagram. The more he comprehended the diagram, the more profound he felt it was. With Lord Alcohol's guidance, Lin Xian's attainments in the sword Tao became more and more powerful. The Tao of the sword was ever-changing, and there were countless branches within it. For example, some pursued strength, some pursued speed, and some pursued unpredictability. These were all sword Taos, but the forms they displayed were very different. Lin Xian had the strength type Thunderclap 3000 and the speed type Wind Emperor's 1 sword. His great dragon sword intent was an attack-type sword intent. Once the sword intent was unleashed, it was invincible and could destroy everything. The sword of Devourer, on the other hand, was a little strange. Although its attack power was inferior to the great dragon sword, it had reached the pinnacle in other aspects. Lin Xian was in the middle of comprehending when he suddenly frowned and opened his eyes. This was because he could feel a powerful intent coming from the teleportation array. What a sharp concept! This was saber intent. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the teleportation array. After a short while, the teleportation array flashed with white light, and one figure after another appeared. Terrifying and violent saber intent spread out in all directions, like a sharp saber radiance cutting through the void. Everyone looked at the teleportation platform in shock. 2 old men walked out of the teleportation platform first. The 2 of them had ordinary looks and stooped figures, like old men in their twilight years. However, there was a sharp glint in his eyes that made one's heart palpitate. Twin blades, heaven and earth, these two old men have also come out. Iron Arms was shocked. Lin Xian was surprised. The two of them were not weaker than Iron Arms. If they joined forces, there was a high chance that they could defeat Iron Arms. This is the Godly Knife sect, the top existence among the 4-star sections. All their disciples are saber cultivators, and their attack power is terrifying. Hua Fei explained from the side. Godly Knife sect. Lin Xian looked up. On the teleportation platform, two of the younger generation stood in front. The person on the left had a wicked smile on his face and a long blue saber hanging from his waist. This young man looked gentle, but the aura he exuded was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Next to him was a young man with a cold expression. He carried a long blood-red saber on his back, and his saber intent was shocking. Lung Yidao. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect to meet an old friend here. Lung Yidao was from the snow-seeking sect in the state of Great Xia. He had comprehended saber intent a long time ago. After the state of Great Xia changed, he fled the state of Great Xia. He did not expect to become a disciple of the Godly Knife sect. Let's go, junior brother. These people are too weak, the young man with a wicked smile said. Everyone was angry, but no one dared to refute him. The Godly Knife sect was a top 4-star sect, and its foundation was far beyond that of other sections. Moreover, this martial artist named Han Fei was one of the 5 great talents. His strength was beyond imagination. In the last Green Dragon Society, there were 4 peerless geniuses who dominated the crowd. After them, there were 5 great talents. They were slightly weaker than the 4 peerless geniuses, but each of them was a legendary existence. They were far from being comparable to the others. Lung Yidao nodded. He knew the strength of the senior brother. He was afraid that no one present could take a blow from him. He took a step forward and was about to leave. However, when he looked at the crowd and saw a person, he stopped. Hey, junior brother, why did you stop? Han Fei turned around. Lung Yidao looked at the crowd with a trace of excitement on his face. The surrounding crowd was stunned, not knowing what had happened. However, the young martial artists of the Dragon Star Kingdom were shocked. Lung Yidao's gaze was so sharp that they could not bear it. Brother Lung, long time no see. Lin Xian greeted him with a smile. I knew that a genius like you wouldn't be absent from the Green Dragon Society. Lung Yidao's voice was cold even when he saw an acquaintance. Genius? The disciples of the Godly Knife sect exclaimed. They knew that Lung Yidao's talent was second only to Han Fei. Now, he called another person a genius. How could they not be shocked? Han Fei smiled and looked at Lin Xian with great interest. His eyes were as bright as divine light. Huh? Not bad. He was not affected. Han Fei was stunned. His knife intent was very powerful. Ordinary people could not resist his gaze, but Lin Xian was not affected at all. This was enough to show that he was extraordinary. Junior brother, your old friend is very good. I like him. Han Fei smiled like a child. Brother Lin, can we have a fight? Lung Yidao said in a deep voice. Of course. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and his eyes emitted a shocking light. Boom. 2 auras erupted quickly and collided in the sky. Sword intent and saber intent were both concepts with extremely sharp offensive power. Once these 2 concepts appeared, it immediately caused the surroundings to fall silent. The surrounding martial artists turned pale and trembled. The aura was very fierce, as if it could destroy them with just a trace. What a terrifying knife intent. I'm afraid it's almost on par with Han Fei. The Godly Knife sect is amazing. They have 2 peerless swordsmen. Who is that kid? His sword intent is so terrifying. It's not weak at all. Everyone was frightened and kept retreating. In the crowd, the people of the Black Wind sect were frightened. Lin Xian's aura was too strong. They could not resist at all. Ling Fengzi was trembling. A year ago, Lin Xian could not defeat him. But now, he was afraid that he could kill him with a single sword chi. In the field, the two did not continue to fight. Instead, they quickly withdrew their auras. "Brother Lin, I hope I can fight with you in the Green Dragon Society," Lung Yidao said in a deep voice. He had wanted to fight with Lin Xian for a long time, but he never had the chance. Now, at the Green Dragon Society, he did not want to miss it again. Chapter 450. Lung Yidao's strength was shocking, but Lin Xian's ability to contend with him was even more shocking. One had to know that even Zhao Kuang couldn't block Lung Yidao's blade intent. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had blocked the attack effortlessly. When did Dragon Star Nation have such a genius? The people from Windy Nation were shocked. Lin Xian's strength had already surpassed Zhao Kuang's, but he wasn't the leader. This was too strange. "Song Yu, go test his strength," Fan Chao, the leader of Xuanwu Nation, said. Xuanwu Nation was ranked first among the 4 nations, and their strength was above Dragon Star Nation. However, Lin Xian's strength worried them, which was why Fan Chao wanted to test him. Song Yu was ranked 3rd in Xuanwu Nation, and his strength was stronger than Zhao Kuang's. With him, they should be able to test Lin Xian's strength. Song Yu sneered. Although Lin Xian's sword intent was terrifying, his strength wasn't to be underestimated. Moreover, Lin Xian's cultivation was clearly not in the spirit transformation realm, so his true combat strength shouldn't be that strong. Song Yu arrived at Dragon Star Nation and sneered. "Since we have nothing to do now, why don't we spar?" He ignored Zhao Kuang and the others and stared at Lin Xian. Zhao Kuang's face was gloomy. Song Yu obviously didn't take him seriously. Although Dragon Star Nation was weaker than Xuanwu Nation, he couldn't sit back and do nothing in front of so many martial artists as the leader of Dragon Star Nation. "Song Yu, don't go too far. Why don't you play with me?" Song Yu turned his head and said ferociously. Zhao Kuang's heart sank. As the leader of Dragon Star Nation, he didn't dare to fight. If he lost, it would be a huge blow to Dragon Star Nation's reputation. Thinking of this, he could only grit his teeth and whisper, "Lin Xian, why don't you spar with him and let him know how powerful Dragon Star Nation is?" Everyone was stunned. They all knew Zhao Kuang's character. He was boundlessly arrogant. In Dragon Star Nation, no one dared to offend him, and now he was speaking so softly to a young man. This made everyone feel like they were dreaming. Not interested. Lin Xian shook his head. If it had been Lung Yidao or his senior brother, Lin Xian would have made a move. However, the Song Yu in front of him was clearly someone like Zhao Kuang, so he wasn't interested at all. "Brat, you're courting death." Song Yu furiously attacked. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He was the 3rd genius of Xianwu country, but he was looked down upon by a harmonious spirit brat from Dragon Star country. He couldn't bear it. As he punched out, ripples appeared on his fist, releasing a terrifying power that blasted towards Lin Xian. Sensing this power, Hua Fei and the others quickly retreated, fearing that they would be affected. This was the power of the spirit transformation realm. They couldn't resist it. Even Zhao Kuang's expression changed. It seemed that Song Yu's strength had improved. However, Lin Xian merely flicked out a sword ripple and broke this terrifying punch. Song Yu let out a muffled groan and took 3 steps back. He looked at Lin Xian in horror. The people from Black Tortoise Country were even more shocked. Song Yu was ranked 3rd among them. In the past, he alone was enough to crush the entire Dragon Star country. But now, Song Yu was forced back by a single sword chi. I want you dead. Song Yu was furious. He was going to fight with his life. The spiritual energy on his body fluctuated, forming layers of rock-like armor. His arms were completely petrified, and his body was filled with a shocking amount of energy. I'll take you on. Beside Lin Xian, Dongfang Xiong rubbed his palms together. His body was hazy and covered with a layer of golden light. Dragon Elephant Fist. A terrifying fist swung out, draining the spiritual energy in an area. Boom. Another earth-shattering sound rang out, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Song Yu was forced back again. This time, the rock-like armor on his arms cracked. What? He was forced back again. Everyone was stunned. The people from Black Tortoise Country were dead silent. This time, the one who forced Song Yu back wasn't Lin Xian, but a tall and honest young man. Who is this person? How could he force Song Yu back? After all, Song Yu was a spirit transformation realm martial artist. His cultivation was strong, far surpassing his peers. However, both of his attacks were repelled, and both of his opponents were harmonious spirit realm martial artists. This was like a dream. Impossible. Fan Chao of Xian Wu Country couldn't believe it. He licked his dry lips and looked towards Dragonstar Country. The senior elders of Xian Wu Country harumphed coldly with a gloomy expression. Awesome, I want more. Dongfang Xiong was excited. Lin Xian rubbed his nose. This guy really liked to fight. Song Yu's face was dark. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He originally wanted to teach the other party a lesson and embarrass Dragon Star Country. But now, it seemed like he was the one who made a fool of himself. When did Dragonstar Country have so many monsters? I don't know, but it seems like Dragonstar Country is going to rise. Everyone was discussing. At this time, the teleportation formation reacted again. Another overwhelming aura appeared, and it was getting stronger. Many people were shocked. They stopped paying attention to Dragonstar Country and stared at the teleportation formation. Lin Xian also looked over with a frown. Song Yu took advantage of this gap and ran back to Xian Wu Country. Light flickered, and a huge pressure enveloped the surroundings. Dozens of figures appeared. The person in the lead had an outstanding temperament and was extraordinary. His silver robe was embroidered with a crescent moon. The powerful aura he exuded was even stronger than Han Fei's. Yu Yan, someone exclaimed. Lin Xian frowned. He felt a strong pressure. Yu Yan, a genius of the fantasy moon sect. He's also one of the 5 heroes, and his ranking is higher than Han Fei's, Hua Fei said. No wonder he was so strong. Lin Xian was shocked. With his current strength, he probably couldn't compete with the 5 heroes. In the crowd, Han Lu stopped smiling, and her eyes flickered with blade light. On the side, Lung Yidao burst out with a shocking blade intent, as if he was going to split the void. However, the disciples behind him showed an infatuated expression. So beautiful, not only them, but most of the male martial artists around were also infatuated, looking at the beautiful woman in front of the teleportation formation. Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. Beside Yu Yan, there was a woman in white. She had a beautiful face and an exquisite figure, as if she had walked out of a painting. In particular, there was an inexplicable aura on her, as if she could steal people's hearts and souls with a single glance. What a powerful woman! When did such a genius appear in the Fantasy Moon sect? Han Fei's voice was a little solemn. Humph! Lung Yidao snorted coldly. His voice was like a blade light, cutting through everyone's heart and immediately waking them up. What's going on? Everyone woke up and felt a lingering fear. At that moment, they seemed to be in an illusion. If it weren't for that blade intent, they probably wouldn't have been able to come out for the rest of their lives. It seems that her illusions have become stronger again. Lin Xian exclaimed in his heart. That stone bead was really magical. Yu Yan walked out and looked at Han Fei as a greeting. He completely ignored the others. The peerless beauty's beautiful eyes turned, as if she was looking for someone. Chapter 451. Soon, a smile appeared on her face. This smile seemed to be able to melt even ice. Everyone was once again mesmerized. At this moment, the beauty in white winked at Lin Xian, revealing a playful expression. Lin Xian touched his nose and laughed bitterly. This girl was clearly trying to trick him. Sure enough, in the next moment, countless pairs of eyes looked at Lin Xian with a hint of jealousy in their eyes. Why do I feel like you guys know each other? Hua Fei asked, puzzled. A friend of mine. Lin Xian smiled faintly. The Daki sect disciples were stunned, the corners of their mouths twitching. In the beginning, they thought that Lin Xian was a country bumpkin. However, as they spent more time together, they realized that Lin Xian was more terrifying. Not only was he powerful, but his friends were also more perverted than the other. Dongfang Xiong, Leng Yidao, and the absolute beauty Zhao Shui, they were all top geniuses. Yu Yan frowned slightly. Although he did not turn around, he could clearly sense everything. He knew his junior sister's personality. She looked charming, but if one really interacted with her, one would know that under that warm appearance, there was a heart that rejected people 1,000 miles away. However, he did not expect Zhao Shui to make such an expression towards others. He had never seen such an adorable expression before. He circulated his soul power and sensed Lin Xian's cultivation. Then the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. Trash! With this bit of strength, he was not worthy of fighting with him for a woman. Next, a few youths who thought that their strength was not bad tried to get close to Zhao Shui in the name of challenging her. However, these people were all defeated by a single look. At this point, Zhao Shui was not only beautiful in everyone's eyes, but there was also an additional layer of mystery. During this period, Zhao Shui still used her gaze to tease Lin Xian. In the end, Lin Xian was really scared and could only close his eyes to comprehend martial arts. Humph, Yan Qi, go and teach that kid a lesson for me. Yu Yan transmitted. Understood. A cold-looking youth walked out. He had a crescent moon painted on his face, looking very demonic. You come out and compete. Yan Qi was very arrogant and overbearing. He pointed the spear in his hand at Lin Xian. Hee, someone is challenging you. Zhao Shui's voice rang in Lin Xian's mind. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed. He knew that this was because of Zhao Shui. He quickly stood up and unsheathed the absolute star sword. Sword chi like silk. These days, he had been studying the divine sword visualization picture and had a new understanding of swordsmanship. This sword move was his new use of sword chi. Originally, his sword chi was abnormally violent or as fast as lightning. However, this sword chi was as soft as silk. Strands of green sword chi flew out and intertwined in the air, quickly entangling Yan Qi. Break. Yan Qi was enraged. The long spear in his hand danced, forming a crescent spear light. Even though his strength was above Song Yun's, there was nothing he could do against this soft sword chi. He could only watch helplessly as the sword chi entangled him. This scene shocked the disciples of the illusionary moon sect. Although Yan Qi's strength was only average among them, it was easy for him to crush a country like the Dragon Star Kingdom. But now he was actually restrained by the other party in one move. Chop. Although Yan Qi could not move his body, he used a soul force attack. The illusionary moon sect was good at soul illusion attacks. Hence, soul attacks were Yan Qi's ultimate skill. Let's see how you die. Yan Qi laughed coldly. He already imagined Lin Xian's miserable state after his soul was injured. Thinking of this, he revealed a cruel expression, but soon he couldn't make it out, because when the soul attack he released touched Lin Xian, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no effect at all. How is this possible? Yan Qi's eyeballs almost popped out. He could not believe it. He released a strange soul force attack again. However, there was still no reaction. This time, not only him, all the disciples of the illusionary moon sect were stunned. Even Yan furrowed his brows. Hua Fei stood beside Lin Xian. She could clearly sense Yan Qi's soul force. That soul force far surpassed hers. He had probably reached the peak of a 4-star inscription master. However, this kind of terrifying soul force attack strangely disappeared every time it touched Lin Xian. Hua Fei's eyes widened. She sensed carefully but did not discover anything. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Do you want to continue? Yan Hui was driven mad. He could not beat him. His soul force attack was also ineffective. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and say, "You win." With a slight flick of his finger, Lin Xian withdrew his sword qi. Everyone was shocked. Even the disciples of the illusionary moon sect lost. Was this Lin Xian still human? Wasn't this a little too powerful? Why do I feel that he has the strength of an Azure Dragon genius? The disciples of the illusionary moon sect were gloomy. Among them, Yu Yan locked his gaze on Lin Xian. As strong as he was, he did not discover how Lin Xian avoided the soul force attack. Lin Xian did not have any intention of explaining. He became more and more mysterious in everyone's hearts. In fact, it was very simple. He used the Sword of Devouring, a supreme skill that was said to be able to devour everything. Devouring a bit of soul power was as easy as flipping his hand. In the following time, some people sparred, and some closed their eyes to cultivate. Everyone was waiting for the day when the super teleportation array opened. Yu Yan observed Lin Xian for a while and gave up. Although he did not know what method Lin Xian used, he was confident that he could kill Lin Xian in one move. Thinking of this, he retracted his gaze and looked at the distant fiery mountain with his hands behind his back. That was the place where the person he wanted to challenge was. His goal was to become a peerless genius. This time, he must stand at the peak of the Azure Dragon Association. How confident are you this time? Han Fei suddenly asked. Half. Yu Yan replied. The premise was that they had not improved too much. Everyone was at a loss, not knowing what the two were talking about. However, the expressions of the people from the godly Saber sect and the illusionary moon sect all changed. There were only 4 peerless geniuses who could make 2 peerless geniuses talk so solemnly, apart from the prince of the heavenly fire sect. Who else was there? Lin Xian asked curiously. To be honest, he did not know. The 4 peerless geniuses, the prince of the heavenly fire, Jin Wudao, the heavenly daughter of the sword Dao, Zhou Jianying, the Iron Monkey King, Yin Shan, and the number 1, the unparalleled overlord, Infinite Tyrant. Han Fei said in a deep voice, the 4 great geniuses have unparalleled combat power, representing the top strength of the South Horizon region's younger generation, especially the number 1, Infinite Tyrant. He suppresses everyone with his fists. Everyone fell silent. The 4 great geniuses were like 4 mountains, crushing everyone until they could not breathe. This was a golden age. To be able to witness so many geniuses was an honor. In previous eras, most of the time, only 1 genius would appear, at most 2. But in the recent 100 years, there were 4 great geniuses appearing together. It could be said to be the golden age of martial arts in the past 1,000 years. The martial artists born in this era were lucky because they could witness the miracle of an era, but at the same time, they were also unfortunate because they were destined to look up to the 4 great geniuses for the rest of their lives. Chapter 452. At that moment, the power of the four peerless geniuses was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Many people felt powerless, but there were also some geniuses who had high fighting spirit in their eyes. Their goal was to challenge the martial artists of a higher level. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He could only strive to obtain the most true dragon chi. Thinking of this, he increased the absorption of the black dragon flame again. Time flew, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lin Xian successfully absorbed a trace of the black dragon flame again. The spiritual energy in his body was purer and thicker, and it even had a trace of fire aura. After the wind and thunder energy, he had another type of energy. However, his use of the fire attribute energy was still shallow and was not as skillful as the use of the wind and thunder energy. This time, he did not continue to cultivate. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the flaming mountain in the distance. Is it going to open? He was looking forward to it. Countless colorful lights appeared in the flaming mountain, and a pillar of light pierced through the heavens and earth. It expanded rapidly and finally enveloped the entire flaming mountain. Soon, the huge pillar of light disappeared, but an even more ancient aura surged out. The ancient teleportation portal has opened. Let's go! Yu Yen led the disciples of the Fantasy Moon sect toward the flaming mountain. The Godly Knife sect followed closely behind, and the other strong countries also moved. Lin Xian stood up and took a deep breath. Let's go! Immediately, the people of the Dragon Star Kingdom followed behind him and flew into the distance. The closer they got to the flaming mountain, the more Lin Xian could feel the shocking heat. The black dragon flame in his body seemed to be challenged and was a little restless. Using the art of longevity, Lin Xian suppressed the restlessness. Fortunately, the fist-sized black dragon flame in the mysterious small sword was not affected. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him. The Heavenly Fire sect was indeed a 5-star sect. The concentration of spiritual energy and the scale of the buildings inside far surpassed that of a 4-star sect. It could be said that this was the most majestic sect Lin Xian had ever seen. They did not delay and flew toward the ancient teleportation portal. Soon, they arrived in front of a huge formation. The formation was 1,000 meters wide, and it was completely made of black metal. There were complicated inscriptions on it, and it gave off an ancient aura. At this moment, there were already 6 Heavenly Fire sect elders standing in front of the ancient teleportation array. Greetings, Senior. Yu Yen and the other young geniuses said respectfully. Lin Xian used his eye technique to probe the other party's situation. Then he revealed a look of shock. These 6 people were all spirit detecting experts. As expected of a 5-star sect, they could easily gather 5 spirit detecting experts. It has to be said that even large sects didn't have more than a handful of spirit detecting experts. It seemed that the difference between a 4-star sect and a 5-star sect was not just the difference of having a venerable. One of the spirit detecting realm elders nodded and said, "Wait here. The transfer array will open soon." The crowd waited patiently, and not too long later, a terrifying surge of heat descended from the sky. It was as if Mars from outer space was crashing into the Earth. What terrifying heat! Everyone panicked and activated their protective shields. Lin Xian also formed a defensive barrier, but it didn't affect him much. The black dragon flame in his body emitted a wave of energy that flowed through his body, counteracting the heat wave. He raised his head and looked up. In the sky, there was an imposing figure that looked like a god of fire. Crimson flames filled the sky. There seemed to be a layer of mysterious energy around him that blocked all senses. This figure released countless rays of light like a sun as it descended towards the ground. In an instant, The defenses of the martial artists below showed signs of melting. Even Iron Arms and the other spirit-detecting realm martial artists had serious expressions, not daring to be careless. Boom! The God of Fire's figure had already landed on the ground. Countless flames spread in all directions like a volcano erupting. Lin Xian's expression changed greatly. He felt as if he was floating in a sea of fire and could be annihilated at any time. This kind of aura was too uncomfortable, as if he couldn't control himself. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and quickly activated the Sword of Devouring, quietly devouring the flames that were rushing towards him. Only then did he feel a little better. He turned around and found that most people were the same as him. Their faces were red, and they couldn't breathe. Greetings, Venerable Scarlet Flame. Iron Arms and the other spirit-detecting realm martial artists said. Venerable. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Venerable Scarlet Flame was one of the top existences in the Tiannan region. He had previously seen the sect master of the Great Flag sect, Venerable Lung. However, Sect Master Lung was injured, and her strength was greatly reduced. Now that he saw Venerable Scarlet Flame, he realized how terrifying a Venerable was. Such a figure could probably kill everyone present with a raise of his hand. He sized up the fiery figure in front of him, but he didn't discover anything. He couldn't see anything at all. Kid, don't challenge the dignity of a Venerable, Lord Alcohol quickly reminded. Lin Xian was shocked and quickly retracted his soul power. With your current level, even if you use all your senses, you won't be able to sense anything. Furthermore, you might anger a Venerable and bring trouble to yourself. Lin Xian nodded. Facing Venerable Scarlet Flame made him feel as if he was treading on thin ice. Venerable Heavenly Flame nodded slightly in response to Iron Arms and the others' greetings. The terrifying flames around him contracted and surrounded his body, forming scarlet ripples. Only then did the crowd realize that there were dozens of young disciples behind him. One of them was wearing a flaming robe and had long scarlet hair. He had an imposing figure and a stern face, emitting a berserk aura. At this moment, the red-haired man's gaze was like two flaming spears that pierced through the void. Anyone who met his gaze would feel as if their soul was being burned. How terrifying! Zhao Kuang's eyes were red as he quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. Only Yu Yan, Han Fei, and a few other geniuses could resist such a gaze. What a sharp gaze! Who was this person that could suppress so many geniuses? Jin Wudao, Yu Yan said in a deep voice. What? He's the Heavenly Flame Crown Prince. Everyone was shocked. They had long heard of the Heavenly Flame Crown Prince's reputation, but this was the first time they saw him. As expected of a peerless genius, one gaze was enough to make people collapse. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. He had finally seen the top geniuses of the Tiannan region. This Heavenly Flame Crown Prince only gave him one feeling: strong. At this moment, Jin Wudao retracted his gaze and revealed a trace of disdain. It seems that there are still no geniuses worthy of my attention. In this world, only Infinite Tyrant can pique my interest. The Heavenly Flame Crown Prince no longer paid attention to Yu Yan and the others. Master, please activate the array. Activate the array, Supremacy Scarlet Flame said in a deep voice. Immediately, the 6 spirit-detecting realm elders began to activate the ancient array bit by bit. Taking advantage of this, Lin Xian quickly analyzed the Heavenly Flame Crown Prince's combat strength. The peak of the spirit transformation realm was far superior to his peers. Moreover, he also sensed a terrifying bloodline power in Jin Wudao's body and a blazing energy source. Each of these things could crush everyone, but the Heavenly Flame Crown Prince could gather all of them. It was truly terrifying. In addition to a 5-star sect like the Heavenly Flame sect, the Heavenly Flame Crown Prince's cultivation techniques and artifacts were definitely the best. Such a person could crush all geniuses. No wonder there were rumors that the heavenly flame crown prince could fight against spirit-detecting realm cultivators. Chapter 453. Just as Lin Xian was analyzing Prince Heavenly Flame's combat strength, the ancient teleportation array beside him was activated. Prince Heavenly Flame strode forward and followed Supremacy Scarlet Flame into the teleportation array. Behind him were the other disciples of the Heavenly Flame sect. Following that, the Mirage Moon sect, Divine Saber sect, and other factions all stepped into the ancient teleportation array. With a flash of light, Lin Xian felt a powerful spatial force augmenting his body. Following that, countless black lines appeared before his eyes. When he woke up again, he was already in an unfamiliar place. There were ancient buildings all around, and the walls and stone pillars were filled with sword scars. It was filled with the vicissitudes of history. This was an ancient city, an incomparably huge ancient city. Just as Lin Xian stepped down from the teleportation array, he felt the great dragon sword intent in his body vibrate. This is true dragon chi. Lin Xian was shocked. There was a shocking true dragon chi under the ancient city. According to Lord Alcohol, the great dragon sword intent was born from the great dragon sword, which was formed by a true dragon fusing with the heaven and earth origins. It could be said that it came from the same source as the true dragon chi. Therefore, when he stepped into the ancient Azure Dragon City, the great dragon sword intent had such a reaction. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian controlled the trembling great dragon sword intent in his body. He knew that he was getting closer and closer to the great dragon sword. At that moment, Lin Xian looked back and realized that the warriors around him had different expressions. Prince Heavenly Flame's body was covered in flames as his eyes emitted a shocking light. This was the place where he would once again create glory. As for Yu Yen, Han Fei, and the rest, their expressions were solemn. Most of the other warriors were looking at the surrounding ancient buildings curiously. Lin Xian followed the crowd and walked towards the ancient battlefield. In the center of the ancient Azure Dragon City, there was a vast area. In the center, there were 4 martial stages with a radius of 1,000 meters. They were made of black gold, similar to the ancient teleportation array. Many people had already arrived near the ancient martial stages. They were probably the participants from the other factions in the Southern Heaven region. Among them, 3 people were the most eye-catching. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he looked into the distance. He saw a woman at first glance. He was dressed in green and looked simple and unadorned. He carried an antique sword on his back, and his eyes were as sharp as a divine sword. Her body was filled with an extremely sharp aura, as if a divine sword would be unsheathed at any moment. What a terrifying sword intent! Lin Xian was shocked. As a swordsman, he immediately noticed the woman in green. He could clearly sense the terrifying sword intent within the girl in green. With his current mastery of the great dragon sword will, he was afraid that he would not be able to win. Needless to say, this green-clothed woman was one of the 4 great geniuses, the Sword Dao Heavenly Maiden, Zhou Jianying. Lin Xian realized that Zhou Jianying's sword intent was very skillful. Even if she hadn't reached great accomplishment, she wasn't far from it. He roughly estimated that this green-clothed woman's sword intent was at least 80% complete. Then he looked at the person on the left. This person was dressed in a long black robe. His entire body was shrouded in darkness, only revealing half of his pale face. His body exuded a strange and eerie aura, which was no weaker than the green-robed woman's. What was even stranger was that there was a huge oval-shaped package wrapped in white bandages behind him. This strange shape and terrifying aura made the surrounding people not dare to approach. This person was the Iron Puppet King, who could control puppets. It was said that he had a spirit-detecting realm puppet, which was extremely powerful. The two of them had powerful auras that suppressed the other geniuses. However, there was an even more domineering aura that filled the area. That aura was extremely domineering, as if it didn't care about anything. A golden-haired man stood in the middle, looking around like a golden god of war. The aura on his body seemed to have surpassed that of the heavenly flame crown prince and the others. Ba Wuji, the leader of the four great prodigies, was also the champion of the previous Azure Dragon League. Not only did he cultivate the Earth-class hegemonic chi technique, but he also had the Overlord bloodline. His combat strength was unparalleled, and he could unleash his domineering aura to the extreme. The four great prodigies faced each other from afar, emitting terrifying auras as they collided in the void. Suddenly, an invisible force enveloped the area, forming a terrifying pressure zone. Everyone trembled and retreated with pale faces. They couldn't withstand the aura of these great prodigies at all. Lin Xian was surprised. He executed the great dragon sword intent and circulated it in his body to counteract the violent pressure. At the same time, he looked around. Most of the people had retreated, and only a small number of martial artists were resisting. A bright moon condensed behind Yu Yen, emitting endless light and pushing away the terrifying pressure. Han Fei's saber intent soared into the sky, destroying everything. In addition, there were three young geniuses who were proudly resisting. A silver-haired girl was surrounded by snowflakes and a bone-piercing chill. She held an ice staff in her hand and looked like a snow maiden. There was also a thin young man with a lightning trident in his hand. His body emitted terrifying lightning, as if he was the god of thunder. The last person was dressed in white, holding a folding fan in his hand and a bamboo flute at his waist. He looked very handsome and elegant. These 5 people were the 5 great prodigies, second only to the 4 great prodigies. Only these 5 people could resist the pressure of the 4 great prodigies. However, no one knew that there was someone else who could resist. Lin Xian appeared to be calm in the face of this pressure, but he quickly withdrew. Now was not the time for him to compete with the 4 great prodigies. He had to accumulate strength and wait until he absorbed enough black dragon flames to break through to the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. At that time, he would be able to compete with the 4 great prodigies. The 4 great prodigies didn't fight for long before quickly dispersing. They wouldn't fight here. Everything would have to wait until the Azure Dragon meeting. Next, it was to verify the identity information and receive the items needed by the Azure Dragon meeting. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. Soon, Lin Xian finished verifying the information and received a set of bronze battle suits. Not only him, but every participant received a set of battle suits. However, Lin Xian found that these battle suits were not the same. For example, he, Dongfang Xiong, and the others were all wearing bronze battle suits. Zhao Kuang, Fan Chao, and the others who had participated in the previous meeting were wearing silver battle suits. In addition, there were silver battle suits and golden battle suits. Many martial artists were curious, not understanding what the different colors of battle suits represented. However, when they put on the battle suits, they exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xian put on the bronze battle suit, but it didn't have any effect. However, Zhao Kuang's silver battle suit changed. A wisp of aura rose from the ground and entered his battle suit. Immediately, his battle suit emitted a faint light. The silver battle suits emitted a silver light. Their light surpassed that of Zhao Kuang and the others. What was even more shocking was that a few golden battle suits emitted a dazzling light that far surpassed the silver battle suits. Lin Xian wore the most bronze battle suits, accounting for about 2/3 of the participants. Next were the silver battle suits. Only a few martial artists wore golden battle suits. Among them, The 5 great prodigies wore golden battle suits. As for the 4 great prodigies, they wore 5-colored battle suits. Strands of true dragon chi circulated around them, making them look like ferocious true dragons. Why is this happening? This isn't fair. Many people were dissatisfied. Chapter 454. Seeing the different forms of the battle suits, some warriors started to complain. Soon, the crowd got an explanation. The color of the battle suit was based on the ranking of the previous Azure Dragon Gathering. For example, those who had never participated in the Azure Dragon Gathering would wear the bronze battle suit. Lin Xian and the others were wearing the bronze battle suit. Those who had entered the top 300 would wear the silver battle suit, such as Zhao Kuang and the others. The silver battle suit would be the top 100. As for the top 72 Azure Dragon geniuses, they would have a trace of golden light. For example, the silver battle suit. The 5 heroes would wear the gold battle suit. The last 4 geniuses would wear the 5-colored exquisite battle suit, which represented their unparalleled status. The ranking was very clear. As long as one wore the battle suit, it would be clear at a glance. Moreover, the battle suit also contained the true dragon chi of the corresponding ladder. However, it could not be used for the time being. One would have to wait until the end of the competition to enjoy the effects of the true dragon chi. I see. Lin Xian understood. The final ranking would be based on the battle suit. If one's combat strength was very strong, then even the bronze battle suit could evolve into a 5-colored battle suit. The corresponding warrior would then become the 5th exceptional genius. The winner of every match would obtain the true dragon chi, while the loser would lose the true dragon chi. After understanding this, the crowd could only wait for the next competition. At this moment, 5 figures appeared on the ancient city in front of the ancient martial platform. The 5 of them had powerful auras, as if they were the rulers of the world. Their terrifying auras shrouded the surroundings. Supremacy Red Flame was among them. Those who could be with Supremacy Red Flame were definitely supremacies. The crowd was shocked. The sudden appearance of 5 supremacies was definitely a shocking scene. One of them was wearing a green ancient robe. He looked young, as if he was only in his 20s. However, his aura was even more powerful than Supremacy Red Flame's. That's Supremacy Green Lotus. Don't underestimate him. He's at least 500 years old. Lin Xian was shocked as he looked at the ancient city. Supremacy Green Lotus was sitting in the middle, and the other 4 supremacies were sitting beside him. It seemed that Supremacy Green Lotus was above the other 4 in terms of both status and strength. Supremacy Green Lotus is an elder of the Martial Alliance. His strength and status are superior among the supremacies, Iron Hand explained. Martial League? Lin Xian was surprised. This was the first time he had heard of it. This Martial League is so powerful, even Venerable Red Flame has to be courteous to him? Of course. You should know that the members of the Martial Alliance are all venerables. What? All of them are supremacies? Lin Xian was stunned. This level of strength was definitely above that of a 5-star sect. Moreover, in the entire Tianan region, there was probably no one who could match him. Seeing Lin Xian's shocked expression, Iron Hand continued to explain. The Martial Alliance is indeed filled with venerables. However, these venerables do not belong to the Martial Alliance alone. For example, Supremacy Qihua. He's the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Fire Sect and a member of the Martial Alliance. In the Martial League, other than a few supremacies who are itinerant cultivators, the rest are similar to Supremacy Red Flame. Upon hearing that, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If the Martial Alliance was an independent force, that would be too terrifying. What exactly is this Martial League for? Is it just for the sake of managing the Azure Dragon Society? Isn't that a little wasteful? There were a total of 13 members in the Martial Alliance. They decided everything in the Tianan region. Moreover, they were also the main fighting force against the Black Dragon Society. Control everything? Fight against the Black Dragon Society? Lin Xian was stunned. These two things were too shocking. There were tens of thousands of countries in the Tianan region with hundreds of millions of people, and they were controlled by 13 people. This was indeed a world where the strong were respected. Moreover, the Martial Alliance was the main fighting force against the Black Dragon Society. How powerful was the Black Dragon Society to be able to fight against the Martial Alliance that was full of venerables? Lin Xian asked the question in his heart. The Black Dragon Society ran amok in the Tianan region back then and occupied almost half of the territory. If it wasn't for the Martial Alliance's resistance, the Tianan region would have become hell on earth, Iron Hand said in a deep voice. The Black Dragon Society's leader has monstrous magic power. It's said that he's already one step away from the Venerable Realm and has reached an even higher level. He has 2 envoys and 4 guardians under him. Each of them has the strength of a Venerable Realm cultivator. The battle back then was very tragic. Society leader Lung was injured in that battle and went into seclusion. Lin Xian was silent. He thought of the Black Dragon Flame. It seemed that it was left behind by a certain Venerable Realm cultivator in the Black Dragon Society. In the past, the Azure Dragon Society would at most send 1 or 2 venerables, but this time, 5 appeared. I'm guessing that it's related to the Black Dragon Society. Black Dragon Society? Lin Xian's expression was serious. Yes, at the southwest border of the Tianan region, the remnants of the Black Dragon Society have revived, and their forces are growing stronger. Recently, there's a rumor that the remnants of the Black Dragon Society seem to be doing something big. They seem to want to revive one of the 4 guardians. At first, I thought it was a rumor, but looking at the Martial Alliance's actions this time, it seems that the rumor is most likely true. At first, I wanted to let you experience more and go all out in the next Azure Dragon Society. Now, it seems that you'd better go all out this time and try your best to get some true dragon chi. Iron Hand said. Lin Xian nodded. Iron Hand's words were clear. If the Black Dragon Society revived, the Tianan region would be in trouble again. At that time, there might not even be a next Azure Dragon Society. Just as Lin Xian and Iron Hand were talking, the 4 ancient martial platforms suddenly emitted light. Lin Xian sensed a strange aura coming from the bronze armor, as if it wanted to rush to the 3rd martial platform. Don't resist. In the Azure Dragon Society, everything has to follow the guidance of the true dragon chi, Iron Hand explained. Lin Xian relaxed his body. Indeed, under the guidance of the true dragon chi, he arrived at the 3rd martial platform. Not only him, but all the contestants' armor also emitted a strange aura, and they were all pulled into the martial platforms. Soon, everyone was assigned. Lin Xian observed and found that the distribution of the true dragon chi was very balanced. The situation in each martial platform was about the same, and the levels were even. Among them, the 4 peerless geniuses were in charge of the 4 martial platforms, and the 5 heroes were in the 4 corners. Lin Xian was in the 3rd martial platform, and the Heavenly Fire Crown Prince was in charge. Among the 5 heroes, Yu Yan was also in the 3rd martial platform. Lin Xian quickly scanned and found that Infinite Tyrant was in the 1st martial platform, Zhou Jianying was in the 2nd, and the Heavenly Fire Crown Prince was in the 3rd. Yan Shan was in the 4th martial platform. This situation was the same as their ranking in the Azure Dragon Society. Among them, Zhao Shui was in the 2nd martial platform, Yi Daolong was in the 1st, and Dongfeng Xiong was in the 4th. Zhao Kuang, Hua Fei, and Lin Xian were in the 3rd martial platform. After the allocation, Venerable Green Lotus spoke. his calm voice reverberating in all directions. The opponents will be guided by the true dragon chi. Intentional killing is not allowed during the competition. Violators will be stripped of their true dragon chi. Now, I announce that the Azure Dragon Society officially begins. Chapter 455. I announce that the Azure Dragon Gathering will begin now. The loud voice spread in all directions. Then, 4 figures quickly appeared on the 4 arenas like ghosts. These 4 people were all at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. They were the judges this time. As soon as Venerable Green Lotus finished speaking, the ground around the arenas trembled as spectator stands rose from the ground. There were millions of spectators on the spectator stands. These martial artists came from all over the Tianan region to watch the Azure Dragon Gathering. Previously, due to the rules of the Azure Dragon Gathering, they couldn't show their faces. Now that the Azure Dragon Gathering had begun, they could finally watch the geniuses of the Tianan region compete. Waves of shocking cheers shook the heavens and the earth, affecting the young martial artists present. Many people were excited, and their blood was boiling. If they could stand out in the Azure Dragon Gathering, it wouldn't take long for their names to spread throughout the Tianan region. Just thinking about it made them excited. When the competition began, the 4 arenas bloomed with light, as an invisible force guided everything. In the 3rd arena, a young man holding a long spear went up. He was at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. In a flash, he appeared on the arena, looking very high-spirited. His long spear danced in the air, creating countless spear shadows that shook the void. As the first martial artist to go up, he naturally wanted to perform well. However, when he saw his opponent, his expression was uglier than crying, because his opponent was Crown Prince Heavenly Flame. Crown Prince Heavenly Flame came to the arena with an impatient expression. His opponent was only in a silver battle suit. Such an opponent couldn't increase his true dragon aura at all. One had to know that he already had the 5-colored exquisite battle suit. Only a martial artist of the same level or a golden battle suit could increase his true dragon aura. Other martial artists had no effect at all. Thinking of this, his expression became even more gloomy. The martial artist holding the long spear took a deep breath and gripped his spear tightly with both hands. He came from a 4-star sect and was a top genius in the sect. As a genius, his pride wouldn't allow him to lose without a fight. Take my strongest attack, Cloudless Gale's stab. The martial artist's long spear vibrated, forming a terrifying spear light that pierced the sky. However, Crown Prince Heavenly Flame only flicked his finger, and a wisp of flame floated toward his opponent. The terrifying spear light trembled in the void, but it quickly dissipated when it touched the wisp of flame. Not good. The spear-wielding martial artist's face changed greatly. He quickly absorbed the surrounding spirit chi and formed a solid defense in front of him. However, all of this seemed very fragile in front of that ball of fire. In just an instant, his entire body's defense was roasted away, and his body felt as if it had fallen into a volcano. A burnt smell came from his body. Plop! The spear-wielding martial artist fell to the ground, black smoke rising from his body. A wisp of true dragon chi flew out from the silver armor and entered Prince Heavenly Flame's body. However, the 5-colored armor didn't change at all. Bring him for treatment, the referee said in a deep voice. Everyone was shocked. Just a flame was enough to defeat the silver-armored warrior. Prince Heavenly Flame's strength was terrifying. For a moment, a dark cloud enveloped everyone's heart. Not only the 3rd arena, the same thing happened in the other arenas as well. On the 1st arena, Infinite Tyrant didn't even make a move. He used his aura to defeat his opponent. On the 2nd arena, Zhou Jianying's gaze was like a sword, directly sending her opponent flying. On the fourth arena, Yen Shan was controlling a corpse puppet and almost bit off his opponent's neck. If the referee hadn't stopped him in time, his opponent would have been a dead man. Everyone was shocked and trembled. Venerable Green Lotus had already warned them not to kill as they wished. However, Yen Shan acted as if he didn't hear it. He continued to do his own thing and attacked viciously. He's a lunatic. Everyone was afraid, and no one dared to provoke him. Many people even decided that if they met Yen Shan, they would surrender immediately. Otherwise, they might lose their lives. The four exceptional geniuses were abnormally powerful. They sent their opponents flying in one move. This scene immediately attracted the cheers of the millions of spectators. The sound directly scattered the clouds in the sky. After the four exceptional geniuses attacked, the competition continued. After watching a few battles, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He realized that with his current strength, it wasn't too difficult to squeeze into the top 72 true dragon geniuses. However, his goal wasn't just that. His main goal in joining the Azure Dragon Association was to absorb as much true dragon chi as possible, so that he could sense the direction of the great dragon sword. According to Lord Alcohol's analysis, he had to at least reach the golden armor level to be able to sense it. Therefore, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. As the Azure Dragon Association gathered all the young geniuses in the entire Tianan region, the competition took a long time. During this period, as long as he increased his strength, there was still hope. Thinking of this, he used his soul to control the Sword of Devouring to absorb the black dragon flames while watching the competition. He even devoured the divine sword visualization diagram into the mysterious small sword. Then he separated a wisp of his soul to cultivate the divine sword visualization diagram. After reaching the level of a 4-star inscription master, one could multitask. This was because refining elixirs was a multitasking process. A genius alchemist like Lin Xian could multitask even more. Wisps of black dragon flames were absorbed by the Sword of Devouring and quickly entered his body. Under the circulation of the longevity art, they were gradually converted into his spiritual power. He controlled it very carefully. The amount of black dragon flames he absorbed each time was just enough to reach the limit his body could withstand. This way, he could safely absorb the energy and temper his body to the greatest extent. The divine sword visualization diagram was even more unpredictable. Lin Xian comprehended a lot from it. His swordsmanship was also improving, and his great dragon sword essence had become sharper than before. Lin Xian believed that if he continued to comprehend the divine sword visualization diagram, it would not be long before his sword essence improved again. At that time, he would be able to contend with Zhou Jianying's sword essence. Just as Lin Xian was multitasking and improving his strength, the battles in the 4 arenas were fierce. In the first arena, Lung Yidao, who was wearing a bronze battle suit, went up. His opponent was a warrior in a silver battle suit, holding a metal sledgehammer. Ha ha! Another newcomer in a bronze battle suit. This time, I'm going to win 3 times in a row. The warrior laughed proudly. Then he swung the metal sledgehammer and smashed into the void. A sledgehammer the size of a house appeared in the sky and smashed toward Lung Yidao. Humph! Lung Yidao's saber light shone brightly as if it was going to pierce the sky. The dazzling blade, aura shot up and instantly cleaved the hammer the size of a house in half. Then, the dazzling saber light sent the warrior in the silver battle suit flying. A wisp of true dragon chi flew out of the silver battle suit and entered Lung Yidao's body. Suddenly, his bronze battle suit bloomed with a silver light. What? This kid sent Jia Laolu flying with one move. Damn, what a terrifying saber light. Who is this kid? The nearby warriors exclaimed. Many of them looked deeply at Lung Yidao with fear. Chapter 456. There were many new geniuses like Lung Yidao in the four arenas. Many people were amazed. They realized that this year's Azure Dragon Society was even more powerful than the previous one. Lin Xian was cultivating while watching the battles. At this moment, his bronze armor emitted a ray of light, as if it was guiding him to the arena. He knew that it was his turn. Then he stood up. Lin Xian stood up slowly and leaped onto the arena. His opponent was a warrior in silver armor, holding a blue sky, profound steel longsword. His aura was as strong as the clouds. It's a newcomer and a harmonious spirit. The warrior in silver armor laughed. Seems like I'm lucky to meet such an opponent. Kid, surrender now. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble when I attack. I'll give you a chance to attack first. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. Lin Xian smiled. You're courting death, Yun Tianyang shouted angrily. How dare a bronze brat talk to him like that? His long sword moved slightly, drawing a strange sword light. Misty Cloud sword art. He's a disciple of the Yun family. Seems like that bronze brat is going to be unlucky. Yeah, I heard that the Misty Cloud sword art is extremely strange. It leaves no trace and kills without leaving a trace. That brat won't be able to dodge it. There were many whispers around the third arena. Lin Xian smiled when he saw the sword light filling the sky. Although the sword light was strange, there was nowhere to hide in front of him. Using the phantom demonic steps, he left behind an afterimage, while his real body dashed toward Yun Tianyang at top speed. Chi. Two sword chi suddenly appeared behind the afterimage and pierced into its body. Got him, Yun Tianyang sneered. The Misty Cloud sword art of the Yun family was unpredictable. Ordinary people couldn't catch it. In his opinion, this bronze brat was courting death by challenging him. Below the arena, Zhao Kuang, Hua Fei, and the others' hearts were beating fast. Did Lin Xian lose? Impossible. With Lin Xian's strength, it's impossible for him to lose. The two shook their heads. Sure enough, the phantom that was stabbed trembled and dissipated, disappearing from the spot. It's an afterimage. When did that kid leave? Most of these warriors came from other factions in the Southern Heaven region. They did not know about Lin Xian's performance near the Heavenly Fire sect. Therefore, Lin Xian's ghost-like speed had shocked them. Yun Tianyang's pupils contracted as well. He cursed inwardly as he quickly formed countless sword energies around him. However, he was still one step too slow. Dozens of green sword chis were as soft as willow branches as they quickly wrapped around him. Instantly, Yun Tianyang was wrapped up into a green dumpling. With a wave of his arm, Lin Xian threw Yun Tianyang off the stage. Suddenly, Lin Xian's true dragon chi increased, and a silver light bloomed on the bronze armor. What? That's it. Everyone was stunned. Yun Tianyang was a martial artist at the spirit transformation realm. Moreover, the Misty Cloud sword technique was extremely strange. It allowed Yun Tianyang's battle prowess to increase by several levels, but now he was subdued by a harmonious spirit warrior with a bronze armor. This contrast was hard for everyone to accept. Is this guy also an expert? Everyone looked at Lin Xian with fear in their hearts. Humph! Useless thing! You can't even block a single attack. Below the stage, a cold-looking young man in a brocade robe said with a gloomy face, "This brat is too despicable. How dare he hurt a disciple of the Yun family? Humph! He better not let me see him, or I'll teach him a lesson." The disciples of the Yun family were furious. This brat is so fast. It seems like his strength is not bad. A young man with an explosive hairstyle said. There were a few strands of golden light on his silver armor. Obviously, he was an expert. Judging from the current situation, he was only fast. If this was all he had, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble in the Azure Dragon gathering. In front of the young man with the explosive hairstyle stood a martial artist in a golden armor. He was surrounded by lightning and emitted a terrifying aura. Lei Zhen, one of the 5 geniuses, came from a lightning sect. His lightning attribute technique was extremely violent. In the third group, other than Jin Wudao and Yu Yan, the others were nothing to worry about. All of you in the third group must fight for as many spots as possible to enter the Azure Dragon Genius battle. Lei Zhen said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, senior brother." The disciples of the lightning sect laughed. They had outstanding strength and had participated in the previous Azure Dragon gathering. It could be said that they had both strength and experience. Other than a few peerless experts that they couldn't defeat, they didn't take the others seriously. It's my turn," the young man with the explosive hairstyle said. Then he turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly arrived on the stage. Instantly, the area within a radius of 10 feet became a terrifying sea of lightning. Ha ha, lightning punishment. With a loud laugh, the young man with the explosive hairstyle waved his hand. Suddenly, several huge bolts of lightning descended from the sky and struck his opponent's head. Instantly, a terrifying scene appeared on the stage. His opponent's body emitted a dazzling light as he resisted with all his strength. He also retreated rapidly, trying to avoid the lightning attack. "You want to run?" Humph! The young man with the explosive hairstyle snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and a huge blue electric saw appeared in the air. In an instant, the air in front of him was split in half. The martial artist of the Yin family trembled and fell down powerlessly. On the silver armor, the wisp of golden light dimmed and entered the body of the young man with the explosive hairstyle. Then the young man with the explosive hairstyle turned into a bolt of lightning again and disappeared from the stage. "He's from the lightning sect. What a terrifying method." Everyone was frightened as they looked at the injured figure on the stage. Their hearts trembled. Lin Xian looked at the young man with the explosive hairstyle and was surprised. His opponent's attack was swift and fierce, and the intensity of the lightning didn't seem to be any weaker than his. Then he looked at Lei Zhen in the crowd, who was wearing a golden armor, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. In the crowd, Lei Zhen seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned his head. 2 gazes like divine lightning exploded near Lin Xian's courtyard. In an instant, the surrounding people stiffened and trembled uncontrollably. "Humph! Overestimating yourself." Lei Zhen sneered and silently turned his head. In that instant, he saw a trace of battle intent in Lin Xian's eyes. But as one of the 5 great talents, how could he put Lin Xian, a bronze martial artist, in his eyes? He actually dares to challenge eldest senior brother. He's really courting death. The young man with the explosive hairstyle sneered. "Senior brother, don't worry, leave this person to me. I'll teach him how to behave properly." Then the young man with the explosive hairstyle looked at Lin Xian and made a beheading gesture. Lin Xian frowned. The lightning sect's people were really vicious. He merely looked at the other party, and the other party wanted to kill him to vent his anger. Beside him, Zhao Kuang and Hua Fei's hearts were beating wildly. Damn it, what did this guy do? He actually dared to anger Lei Zhen? Zhao Kuang cursed in his heart. Although he knew that Lin Xian was strong, it was impossible for him to fight against Lei Zhen. The others were also shocked and distanced themselves from Lin Xian, not daring to stay close to him. Humph! This kid is really courting death. He actually dared to provoke Lei Zhen. The Fantasy Moon sect's disciples sneered. He dares to have designs on junior sister Zhao Shui. If I see him, I'll definitely cripple him. Chapter 457. Everyone in the illusionary moon sect knew that their senior brother Yan was interested in Zhao Shui. However, this Lin Xian was actually so close to Zhao Shui. This was simply provoking their senior brother. Hence, the illusionary moon sect's disciples hated Lin Xian to the bone. Lin Xian naturally didn't know that his actions had already attracted the hostility of many people. He was thinking of a plan. Just as the lightning sect's disciples wanted to teach Lin Xian a lesson, Lin Xian was also scheming against the lightning sect's disciples. He had a bold plan in his heart. Although he had absorbed the black dragon's flames and had the fire attribute in his body, however, its power was far from the lightning attribute. He had already comprehended the concept of wind. If he could comprehend the concept of lightning, he would be able to greatly increase his combat power in a short period of time. Furthermore, as his cultivation increased, the Silver Thunder body could no longer satisfy his needs for defense. He had to quickly evolve to the Golden Thunder body. Only then would he be able to gain an advantage in the spirit transformation realm. And all of this required a large amount of energy. The last time Lin Xian evolved to the Silver Thunder body, he had used the power of lightning. One could imagine how much lightning energy was needed to evolve to the Golden Thunder body. Hence, Lin Xian's attention turned to the lightning sect's disciples. Now that he had the sword of devouring, he could completely devour the lightning energy from the lightning sect's disciples. These people were all experts in the spirit transformation realm. The energy they contained was terrifying. Furthermore, there was Lei Shun, a talent with pure lightning energy. If Lin Xian could absorb his lightning energy, then he would be able to quickly break through to the Golden Thunder body. Moreover, he would have a high chance of comprehending the concept of lightning. After all, he was only a step away from the concept of lightning. Thinking of this, Lin Xian smiled. The competition continued. Soon, Lin Xian's bronze armor reacted again. With a tap of his foot, he arrived on the stage again. His opponent was a martial artist wearing silver armor. Furthermore, there was a golden glow on his body. When this youth saw Lin Xian on the stage, he quickly formed a series of hand seals. Instantly, a bone-piercing chill was emitted from his surroundings. Countless dark blue ice crystals appeared in a radius of 10 feet. There were even snowflakes floating in the sky. This person was actually an ice element martial artist. After doing this, he sneered. He had watched Lin Xian's matches before, and Lin Xian's ghost-like speed was frightening. However, as long as he could restrain Lin Xian's speed, he was not afraid of any other methods. He was able to restrain Lin Xian's speed because he was an ice attribute martial artist. As long as they were within 10 feet of him, their speed would be slowed down, and they might even be frozen. Once Lin Xian slowed down or froze, he would definitely win the match. However, what surprised him was that this time, Lin Xian did not use his ghost-like speed. Lin Xian waved his arm, forming a huge lightning sword chi in the air. The sword chi was terrifying like 3,000 thunderbolts, releasing a violent aura as it crashed down. Instantly, the ice element man's ice defense was mercilessly blasted apart. The huge lightning sword chi exploded, forming a sea of lightning that enveloped him. When the silver lightning dissipated, the ice element martial artist's body was charred black. His hair stood on end, and his body emitted a burnt smell. A trace of true dragon chi entered Lin Xian's bronze armor. What? Lightning! Lin Xian is also a lightning element martial artist? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian did not display any attributes in the previous matches, so everyone thought that Lin Xian's speed was extraordinary and his other attacks were ordinary. However, they did not expect him to be able to use such a terrifying lightning element. This was really out of everyone's expectations. After Lin Xian defeated his opponent, he did not leave quickly. Instead, he turned to look in the direction of the Thunder Sect's disciples, revealing a challenging smile. Then his footsteps were light, and he arrived below the stage. This guy is courting death. The Thunder Sect's disciples were furious. Lei Zhen's face was gloomy. Lightning danced on his body, and his aura was terrifying. Someone actually dared to challenge them. This was something that had not happened for many years. Moreover, the other party was only a bronze martial artist. In his eyes, he was an ant. Such a person had no right to challenge the Thunder Sect. Kid, I'll let you know the consequences of challenging the Thunder Sect. The Afro youth's eyes were cold. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to take the initiative to challenge the Thunder Sect. This was simply courting death. Zhao Kuang's heart trembled. He could not wait to escape from this place, lest the Thunder Sect misunderstood his relationship with Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was calm. He wanted to provoke the Thunder Sect's disciples to attack. Only then would he have a chance to absorb the power of lightning. The match continued, and Zhao Kuang took the stage. His opponent was actually the Yun family's youth in the brocade robe. Zhao Kuang was very wary of the Yun family's Misty Cloud sword technique, so he planned to defend and counterattack. However, the strange sword light was very sharp. It cut through his defense, leaving a terrifying sword mark on his body. "I admit defeat," Zhao Kuang screamed. Soon, he lost the true dragon chi in his body. Many people were shocked. Zhao Kuang's strength was enough to enter the top 200, but he could not withstand Yun Feng's sword. The Yun family was indeed one of the three major sword families. The Misty Cloud sword technique was strange and unpredictable. That youth should be the head disciple of the Yun family, Yun Feng. Looking at his strength, he should be able to enter the top 50. I think he has a chance to enter the top 30. Everyone discussed with fear in their hearts. The three major sword families? Lin Xian was puzzled. Someone explained. The three major sword families refer to the Yun family, Shui family, and Xie family. These three family sword techniques are unique, and each has its own path. Their disciples are elites, and they are known as the three major sword families below the myriad sword sect. So that's how it is. The three great sword clans are interesting. Lin Xian understood. Yun Feng's Misty Cloud sword technique was clearly much better than Yun Tianyang's. Even he would have to put in a lot of effort to go against it. "Look, the Xie family's disciple is attacking," someone exclaimed. "Xie family? One of the three major sword families?" Lin Xian looked up. A cold-looking youth walked out of the first arena. His opponent was Fan Chao, the head disciple of one of the four major countries. Fan Chao's expression was solemn as he sent out hundreds of palm shadows in succession. Facing such a terrifying attack, the youth quickly drew his sword. The air trembled slightly. Then he sheathed his sword, turned around, and walked down the arena. That's it? Everyone was puzzled, not knowing what he was going to do. However, the next moment, the palm shadows dissipated, and a terrifying bloody hole appeared on Fan Chao's shoulder. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their hearts filled with fear. What a fast sword! They did not see the trajectory of the sword light at all. They did not even see the youth's movements clearly. The sword light was beyond their perception. Lin Xian was also shocked. He only sensed the general trajectory, but he did not catch the precise sword light. It was his first time encountering such a thing. What a fast sword, as expected of one of the three major sword families. Chapter 458. Lin Xian exclaimed. He realized that the Xie family's youth strength was even above Yun Feng's. The Azure Dragon Association was indeed amazing. They could actually gather all the geniuses in the Tianen region. Lin Xian was excited. Normally, it would be difficult for him to meet such an expert, but the Azure Dragon Association gave him such an opportunity. Here, he could see all kinds of sword techniques. This would be of great help to his growth. Moreover, he knew that whether it was the Xie family swordsman or Yunfeng, they must have held back most of their strength. Moreover, the two of them might have comprehended sword intent or some other concept. However, Lin Xian had never fought with them before, so he could not figure out their strength. I really hope I can fight with these genius swordsmen. The competition progressed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian had already participated in 4 battles. In these 4 battles, he had won all 4 of them. On his bronze armor, there were 4 additional silver auras. He believed that it would not be long before his bronze armor became a silver armor. In the 3rd arena, Crown Prince Heavenly Flame defeated his opponent in 1 move every time he attacked. Lei Shun, Yu Yan, and the others also won easily. Zhao Kuang was unlucky. He was injured earlier, so he only had 1 victory and 3 defeats. Hua Fei had 2 victories and 2 defeats. However, she was still young. Moreover, this result was already very good for her. At this moment, Lin Xian entered the arena again. His opponent was also a martial artist who won all 4 battles. This was a young man with bronze skin. The muscles on his body bulged like a dragon. In his previous battles, it was as if he had withstood his opponent's attack and then defeated his opponent with 1 punch. It could be said that he was a very powerful martial artist, especially his defensive ability. At this moment, the youth Yuan Shan looked at Lin Xian and revealed an arrogant smile. Very good. If I defeat you, my bronze armor will become silver armor. The surrounding crowd discussed. Lin Xian and Yuan Shan were both new geniuses. Moreover, both of them had 4 strands of silver aura on their bodies. No matter who it was, as long as they won 1 more battle, they would become silver armor. I think Yuan Shan has a higher chance of winning. After all, his terrifying defense is unmatched. Lin Xian might not be able to break through his defense. Yeah, even that spirit transformation realm cultivator from before couldn't break through the Yuan Mountain's defense. That guy is really too abnormal. Everyone discussed among themselves, even though Lin Xian's performance was very outstanding. In front of Yuan Shan's astonishing defense, Lin Xian's abnormal speed and violent lightning seemed to have met his nemesis. Brat, let me tell you, your moves are useless against me. Neither speed nor lightning can break through my defense. Yuan Shan was very confident. His body blossomed with yellow light, and 3 shield-like phantoms quickly revolved around him. Furthermore, there was a layer of ancient yellow light on his skin. Like Diamond One, it emitted a metallic luster. Well, no, once we give it a try, Lin Xian said solemnly. He waved his arm, and a huge lightning sword energy came crashing down. Boom! Lightning suddenly appeared. The lightning sword chi collided with Yuan Shan's defense, forming a sea of lightning golden light. However, the terrifying lightning only pushed Yuan Shan back and didn't break through the 3 rotating defensive shields in front of him. Ha! You can't even break through my first layer of defense. You'll lose for sure. Yuan Shan laughed loudly. As expected, Lin Xian is restrained. It's no wonder. Not to mention him. Even if a middle-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator came, they might not be able to break through Yuan Shan's defense. Everyone discussed, and they all thought that Lin Xian would lose for sure. The lightning sect disciple looked at the arena and sneered. Looks like we don't need to do anything. Someone can take care of that brat. The fantasy moon sect disciple also sneered. He can't even wear the silver armor, and he wants to pursue junior sister Zhao Shui. With this kind of strength? What a fool's dream. However, Lin Xian smiled indifferently. It was indeed harder than expected. He swiped his finger and quickly took out the black scabbard. Holding the Star Extinction Sword, Lin Xian's aura instantly became fierce. What? He's a swordsman. Everyone was shocked. Humph. So what if you take out a weapon? You still can't break through my defense. Yuan Shan sneered. He strengthened his defense again, and then sent out a palm strike. As a body refinement realm cultivator, not only was his defense outstanding, his attack was even more terrifying. The bronze fist quickly became bigger and rushed towards Lin Xian like a small mountain. 3,000 lightning haste. The star extinction sword was unsheathed, and terrifying lightning flashed in the air. Silver lightning surged and slashed towards Yuan Shan. Crack, crack. Boom. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the defensive shield in front of Yuan Shan's body instantly split open, and a scarlet sword mark appeared on his diamond-like skin. Puff. Yuan Shan's body flew out. Sheathing his sword, Lin Xian's black hair fluttered, and he stood proudly. What a violent sword technique. Everyone was shocked. That sword technique just now was not flashy. It completely used the power of lightning to tear through Yuan Shan's defense. This sword technique could be said to be terrifying. At this moment, the Cloud Tribe, Lightning Sect, and Fantasy Moon Sect disciples all looked at Lin Xian. Their eyes were filled with deep enmity and seriousness. It was especially so for the Yun family. Lin Xian's display of two completely different sword techniques had surprised them. One must know that a swordsman's style was hard to change. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He could feel that the bronze armor on his body was undergoing some kind of change. As expected, when the true dragon Qi entered the bronze armor again, the armor gave off a silver light. The silver armor is done. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He finally broke through the lowest bronze armor level and reached the silver armor level. With his current true dragon Qi, Lin Xian estimated that he should be in the top 200. Lin Xian's performance shocked many people, but this was just the beginning. After this, Lin Xian continued to sing. 5 consecutive victories, 6 consecutive victories, all the way to 10 consecutive victories. Lin Xian won 10 consecutive battles and became a dazzling star. The silver armor on his body had already condensed 2 rays of golden light, like 2 small golden dragons that constantly swam. This kind of battle record directly shocked everyone. One must know that the people present were all geniuses. In such a genius competition, the probability of achieving 10 consecutive victories was very small. Only extremely powerful newcomers could achieve such a dazzling record. Undoubtedly, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Xian had become a terrifying existence. Not only him, but in the other 3 arenas, there were also super powerful new stars. In the first arena, Lung Yidao's aura was fierce, and his saber light soared into the sky. He had won 10 consecutive battles. That cold saber essence made people tremble. Zhao Shui's white clothes fluttered like a fairy. Every time she attacked, she could confuse her opponent with a glance and make them fall into endless illusions. She had not lost yet. Dongfang Xiong was like an ancient fierce beast, using violent power to suppress his opponent. Moreover, he became more and more courageous as he fought, and his strength increased rapidly. These were all people that Lin Xian knew, and there were many peerless geniuses that he did not know. Chapter 459. For example, the Xie clan had a superstar whose sword technique was unparalleled. In fact, after 10 matches, no one was able to clearly see how he drew his sword. The Lightning Sect also had a superstar disciple. His lightning aura was violent, second only to Lei Zhen. Peerless geniuses rushed out like bamboo shoots after the rain, competing with the geniuses from the previous batch. On the ancient city, the 5 supremacies revealed satisfied smiles. Another batch of geniuses. These are new geniuses that have surpassed the previous batch. The geniuses from these two batches combined are the strongest in the past 500 years. Back then, the Tianan region was destroyed by the Black Dragon cult and lost many geniuses. Now, it seems like it has recovered. Supremacy Red Flame smiled. At this moment, a palm-sized jade bird flew over from the sky and landed on Supremacy Green Lotus's shoulder. The jade bird chirped a few times as if it was transmitting some kind of message. Indeed, after a while, Supremacy Green Lotus frowned. Hearing the message from the jade bird, Supremacy Green Lotus's face darkened. What's going on? Supremacy Red Flame and the others were puzzled. As a supremacy, they were already at the peak of the Tianan region. Basically, there was nothing that could make a supremacy worried. However, Supremacy Green Lotus revealed a rare worried expression. According to the Martial Alliance, there are remnants of the Black Dragon cult among the Azure Dragon Association's disciples. What? The remnants of the Black Dragon cult are also here? Supremacy Red Flame and the others were shocked. Supremacy Green Lotus's message was clear. The remnants of the Black Dragon cult were not among the audience, but among the Azure Dragon Association's geniuses. It was obvious that they had a motive for doing so. True Dragon Aura. Supremacy Green Lotus's face darkened. They must be here for the True Dragon Aura. Then what should we do? There are more than 700 participants here. How can we know who it is? It shouldn't be a disciple from the previous batch. Otherwise, we would have already received the news. Moreover, if the Black Dragon cult wants to obtain the True Dragon Aura, they will definitely send out young experts. Therefore, we only need to keep an eye on the new geniuses. The 5 supremacies' hearts were heavy. They would never allow the Black Dragon cult to obtain the True Dragon Aura. Supremacy Green Lotus was also worried that the True Dragon Aura was related to the Black Dragon cult's leader. He had participated in the war against the Black Dragon sect, so he knew some inside information. I hope my guess isn't true. Venerable Green Lotus stared down. The martial artists below naturally didn't know about this. They were still nervously watching the competition. Lin Xian sang loudly all the way, continuously achieving consecutive victories. Half of his silver armor had already turned a faint golden color. As the number of matches increased, everyone's strength was gradually revealed. On the third arena, the heavenly flame crown prince suppressed everyone, and no one could match up to him. Behind him were Lei Zhen and Yu Yan, the two heroes. Both of them were wearing dazzling golden armor. In addition to them, there were also a few warriors in golden armor. Obviously, these were the masters of the previous batch. These warriors in golden armor were the top existences of the third arena. They represented the pinnacle of combat strength. Other than them, there were a few other people who were extremely eye-catching. That was the new rising star of this year's batch. These people were strong, far stronger than most warriors. Some of them were even as strong as warriors in golden armor. Among them, the most dazzling were 3 people: Lin Xian, Thunder Sect Shangguan Hao, and Yun family's Yun Hai. These 3 had maintained a winning record since the beginning of the competition. They had never lost. Everyone could accept the rising stars of the Thunder Sect and Yun family. After all, they were both top forces. However, Lin Xian's appearance was unexpected. The overall strength of the Dragon Star Nation was different. In the past, it was impossible for such a rising star to appear. Many people were secretly investigating Lin Xian's background. On the ancient city, the 5 venerables looked at Lin Xian and frowned. Ever since they learned that the remnants of the Black Dragon sect had infiltrated, they had been keeping a close eye on the rising star. As for Lin Xian, a star genius without a strong background, he naturally received extra attention. Who is this young man? What's his background? Venerable Green Lotus asked. Soon, a spirit-detecting realm warrior came to report. Venerable One, We've investigated him. That young man is Lin Xian, a disciple of the Dragon Star Nation's Great Banner sect. Great Banner sect. The five venerables were slightly surprised. Speaking of Great Banner sect, they were no strangers. The sect leader of Great Banner sect, Lung Rushuang, used to be a member of the Martial League. Are there any other clues? Venerable Green Lotus asked. According to our intelligence, this Lin Xian wasn't originally a disciple of Great Banner sect. Moreover, he's not from the Dragon Star Nation. What? The five venerables were shocked. It seemed that this young man called Lin Xian was very suspicious. Where did he come from? Why did he join Great Banner sect? I've already asked my Great Banner sect. It said that Lin Xian joined Great Banner sect to participate in the Azure Dragon Association. As for his background, he once appeared in the Tianshan Nation and became the champion of the Pill King tournament. As for what happened in the Tianshan Nation, we're not too sure yet. Continue investigating. We must get to the bottom of his background. Venerable Green Lotus said. At present, this Lin Xian's identity was the most suspicious. What's there to investigate? Who cares if he is or not? Let's capture him first. Venerable Red Flame snorted. If there's no other way, just search his soul. Venerable, according to our intelligence, this Lin Xian seems to have a close relationship with Venerable Lung, the spirit-detecting realm martial artist said. Oh, he's related to Lung Rushuang. The venerables were surprised. It seemed that this Lin Xian was even more mysterious than they had imagined. He was actually related to Venerable Lung. One had to know that Venerable Lung had been injured for hundreds of years and had been cultivating in seclusion. Even they had not seen her. However, Lin Xian was actually related to sect leader Lung. He was definitely not simple. Go and investigate first. Don't act rashly, Venerable Green Lotus instructed. Lin Xian naturally did not know that he had been targeted by the venerables. He was currently cultivating and watching the competition in the arena. Soon he raised his eyebrows and revealed an excited expression. This was because the person who had entered the arena was a young man with lightning crackling all over his body. He had a terrifying aura. This young man was the rising star of the lightning sect, Shangguan Hao. What a terrifying power of lightning. This Shangguan Hao's strength is probably very close to Lei Zhen's. Yeah, it's almost impossible for ordinary spirit transformation realm martial artists to get close to his body. As expected of a rising star, his aura is indeed extraordinary. The crowd below the arena discussed animatedly. Kid, your strength is not bad. However, your winning streak ends here. On the opposite side, a young man holding a blood-red whip sneered. This young man's aura was equally powerful. Most of the armor on his body was suffused with a golden light. Only a small part of it was silver. It was obvious that this was an expert. Damn. It's Shui Luo Sha, Luo Fei, someone exclaimed. Chapter 460. He's a green dragon genius from the previous cohort. I remember that he was ranked 51st. The top 72 were all green dragon geniuses. They had been baptized by the true Dragon Chi in the previous cohort and were much stronger than their peers. It seems that the kid from the Thunder sect is in danger. Yeah, he actually met a veteran green dragon genius. However, the disciples of the Thunder sect had a mocking expression. They were not worried about Shangguan Hao's safety at all. In the arena, Shangguan Hao looked at his opponent with a disdainful expression. What green dragon genius? You can only kneel in front of me. The lightning on his body shone brightly. A huge lightning ball condensed in front of his chest and shot forward quickly. Wherever it passed, lightning filled the air, and the void trembled. Humph, kid, You're still too inexperienced." Luo Fei's blood-red whip shook and hit the lightning ball with a terrifying force. Boom! The two collided and formed a terrifying energy wave that spread quickly. The area within a 100-meter radius was in chaos, and the energy wave continued to spread. Luo Fei's strength is at the peak of the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Sheng Guanhao can tie with him. The two exchanged blows quickly, and terrifying energy waves exploded in the arena. Fortunately, the ancient arena was big enough. Otherwise, the energy waves alone would have injured some martial artists. Sea of Lightning Spirit Transformation. Sheng Guanhao shouted coldly. The sea of lightning behind him rolled and condensed into a ferocious lightning beast. The terrifying aura made many people's hearts tremble. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Seeing that Sheng Guanhao was finally serious, he could use this opportunity to observe the martial arts of the Thunder Sect. In the arena, the ferocious lightning beast roared, and its momentum shook the sky. Then it turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed forward quickly. The lightning beast was lifelike, as if it really existed. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Luo Fei sneered and lashed out with his blood-red whip. Spirit transformation? I can do it too. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-red whip shook and turned into a 100-meter-long blood-red python that pounced on the lightning beast. The two forces collided, and waves of energy spread in all directions. In the end, they turned into two waves of spiritual qi and dissipated in the air. Sheng Guanhao's face was gloomy. He waved his arm and condensed a lightning-long saber and slashed it forward. The saber radiance was astonishing. It was as if divine lightning had struck down. Luo Fei was not to be outdone either. The blood-red whip seemed to come alive, shattering the lightning saber light with every strike. The two of them quickly exchanged blows, and in the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged dozens of blows. Sheng Guanhao was proud and arrogant. Seeing that he couldn't gain the upper hand, he finally shouted angrily. The thunder and lightning on his body suddenly rose and formed countless thunder and lightning halos. A violent aura that seemed capable of tearing apart the heavens emanated from his body. This is the essence of thunder. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he stared at Sheng Guanhao. After waiting for such a long time, he finally waited for the other party's concept of lightning. After using the essence of thunder, Sheng Guanhao became even more violent, as if he was the god of thunder. Behind him, 100-meter-tall thunder hammer appeared, as if it was the hammer of the thunder god. Damn it, it's actually the concept of thunder and lightning. In the distance, Luo Fei's face was gloomy. The concept of thunder and lightning was incomparably violent. Within the concept, it was an extremely terrifying existence. He was afraid that Sheng Guanhao's strength would be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Luo Fei did not dare delay any longer. He quickly activated the blood python concept. Thunder and lightning overflowed, and a sea of thunder filled the sky. On the other side, the blood python roared with terrifying killing intent. The two concepts collided, and the arena was in a mess. The terrifying energy spread rapidly like waves. The aftermath was enough to shatter an ordinary warrior in the spirit transformation realm. Lin Xian stared at Sheng Guanhao, carefully comprehending his concept of thunder and lightning. He even secretly used the devouring sword to absorb some of the thunder and lightning aura at the edge to comprehend quickly. In his body, the silver thunder and lightning trembled as if they were about to leave his body. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He was now one step closer to the concept of thunder. However, if he wanted to fully comprehend the concept of thunder, he was afraid that he still needed to fight with his opponent. Just as he was comprehending the concept of thunder, there was a shocking change in the arena. Shang Guanhao held the hammer of the thunder god in his hand. Thunder and lightning surged behind him, forming a huge pair of thunder and lightning wings. He flapped his wings and disappeared instantly. As his figure flashed, he appeared behind Luo Fei in an instant. The huge thunder and lightning hammer fell and hit Luo Fei, sending him flying. Luo Fei fell into the arena and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with horror. The Thunderwings flight technique. You have learned this secret skill. Everyone was shocked. They had heard of the Thunderwings flight technique. It was said that only Lei Zhen had learned this secret skill. They did not expect Shang Guanhao to have learned it too, so fast. Lin Xian was also shocked. At that moment, Shang Guanhao's speed was definitely not slower than his illusory demonic steps. It seems that the secret skill of the Thunder Sect is indeed magical. It can even display such speed. Lin Xian could also evolve the thunder and lightning wings. However, he knew that his evolution speed would not be as fast as Shang Guanhao's. Only by mastering a certain secret skill could one display their speed to the extreme. I really want to fight with him. Lin Xian's blood was boiling. After Luo Fei's defeat, the true dragon qi in his body had dissipated. At that moment, Shang Guanhao's silver armor was mostly covered with golden light. At that moment, the golden light on his body had surpassed that of Lin Xian and Yun Hai. He had become the most powerful among the rising stars. Junior brother Shengguan, you did well. Based on your performance, you can definitely enter the top 30. The young man with the afro from the Thunder Sect laughed. Top 30? My goal is to be in the top 10. Shang Guanhao said proudly. My goal is to be on par with eldest senior brother. Shang Guanhao from the Thunder Sect had obtained a complete victory. However, the rising star of the Yun family, Yun Hai, was not so lucky. He had encountered Lei Zhen. Yun Hai displayed the Misty Cloud Sword technique to the extreme. Behind him, clouds and mist filled the air. His aura was no weaker than Yun Feng's. At the same time, he also displayed the cloud will to form an even more powerful attack. Facing one of the top 5 talents, he did not dare to relax. He used his most powerful move right from the start. Misty Cloud Sword. As the sword slashed out, the clouds in the sky moved rapidly. The sword radiance was fleeting, and the cloud will was surging. This move was enough to kill an ordinary martial artist in the spirit transformation realm. However, Lei Zhen only snorted coldly. On his back, a pair of lightning wings that were almost 100 meters long appeared and streaked across the sky. As the lightning flashed, the clouds and mist were cut open. Wherever the lightning passed, a deep trench appeared on the black gold ground. Boom! Yun Hai was enveloped by the lightning and fell powerlessly. His chest was charred black. Facing the lightning wings, he felt a strong sense of powerlessness. It was too fast. It was so fast that he could not dodge it. Moreover, this was under the condition that Lei Zhen had held back. Otherwise, that attack just now would have been enough to cut open his body. Everyone was shocked. They were even more in awe of Lei Zhen. Even someone as powerful as Yun Hai could not withstand a single attack from Lei Zhen. Perhaps only the top 5 talents could contend with him. Lin Xian's face was grave. The lightning wings had given him a chill down his spine. Chapter 461. Lei Zhen's speed was too fast, and he could only capture a bit of the lightning aura. Obviously, this was not enough for him to comprehend the concept of lightning. However, he believed that as long as he could fight with the disciples of the lightning sect, he would soon be able to condense the concept of lightning. Thinking of this, he temporarily put aside his comprehension of lightning and continued to absorb the black dragon flames. As the fire-attributed energy in his body increased, Lin Xian gradually had a new idea in his mind. That was elemental fusion. For example, lightning and fire elemental fusion, wind and lightning elemental fusion, wind and fire elemental fusion. He had once used the black scabbard to fuse the wind and lightning elemental fusion, and its power definitely exceeded that of a single elemental power. If he could fuse the two violent powers of lightning and fire, the terrifying energy attack would reach an unimaginable level. He had already begun to experiment. He could now use the power of wind and lightning, but he was still experimenting with the power of lightning and fire. On the ancient battle platform, the competition quickly progressed. In the fourth arena, Dongfeng Xiong let out an angry roar. Golden light surged from his body and dyed his red blood with a layer of golden light. That violent energy tore the air apart and filled the sky with golden light. A blurry figure condensed behind him and seemed to emit a power that made one's heart palpitate. Even so, he still couldn't defeat his opponent, because his opponent was one of the four great prodigies, Yan Shan. Yan Shan's fingers moved as he controlled two puppets to fight Dongfeng Xiong. He had a mocking expression on his face. Obviously, he didn't care about this competition at all. Of the two puppets, one was a mummy with a metallic luster, and the other was a huge scorpion. The two puppets were as fast as ghosts as they attacked Dongfeng Xiong together. Only Dongfeng Xiong's strong defense could resist the attacks of the two puppets. Otherwise, even a mid-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator would find it difficult to resist. Even so, Dongfeng Xiong was still injured. The huge purple scorpion's stinger slid and formed a strange light that instantly left a wound on Dongfeng Xiong's body. A ball of pale golden blood flew out and shone faintly in the air. The blood was absorbed by the huge bandage behind Yan Shan. The package wrapped in bandages trembled slightly, as if it was very excited. What's in the bandage? Everyone was shocked. They felt a heart-trembling power from it. But no one knew what it was, because no one could make Yan Shan use the thing behind him. Perhaps only the other three geniuses had the ability to do so. Every time Yan Shan fought someone, he would absorb the blood of his opponent. However, this time, the bag on his back actually emitted an excited fluctuation after absorbing Dongfeng Xiong's blood. He actually possesses the power of the bloodline. Yan Shan's eyes flashed with a cruel light as he licked his lips. Then he stretched out his hand, and a pitch-black iron pipe extended from his palm, instantly rushing towards Dongfeng Xiong. The black pipe drew a black arc in the air and instantly arrived in front of Dongfeng Xiong. Dongfeng Xiong's expression changed drastically. He stomped his foot and dodged to the side. However, the huge purple scorpion puppet used its two poisonous pincers to tightly clamp onto the eastern wind bear, causing him to be unable to move. Puff! The black tube was inserted into Dongfeng Xiong's shoulder and quickly absorbed his blood. Streams of faint golden blood flowed out quickly, and the golden figure behind Dongfeng Xiong also began to dim. Scram! The eastern wind bear roared into the sky and merged with the shadow behind him. Instantly, a shocking power burst forth. Bang! The puppet scorpion's poisonous pincers were broken in two. Dongfeng Xiong quickly moved away from the black pipe. Then he let out a sigh of relief. In that instant, he felt as if he was facing death. However, Yan Shan didn't seem to want to let Dongfeng Xiong go. His peach arm swayed, and the black pipe quickly pierced towards him. "I admit defeat," Dongfeng Xiong said. He had no choice. That black pipe was too strange. It could absorb the blood in his body. Moreover, losing to the four prodigies wasn't shameful. The fact that he could last for so long already proved his strength. Although Dongfeng Xiong admitted defeat, Yan Shan didn't stop. The black pipe instantly arrived in front of Dongfang Xiong again. The audience below the stage exclaimed. They didn't know why Yan Shan was collecting the blood, but they knew that he must be plotting something. It seemed that Dongfang Xiong's blood was special and had been targeted. Fortunately, the judge acted in time and knocked the black pipe away. Yan Shan's expression was gloomy. He sneered and stared at the judge with his cold eyes. Everyone was shocked. What was Yan Shan planning to do? Did he dare to attack the judge? The spirit-detecting judge snorted coldly and emitted a powerful aura. Yan Shan's eyes flashed. In the end, he didn't make a move. However, he coldly looked at Dongfang Xiong and let out a sinister laugh. Dongfang Xiong's body tensed up. He felt as if he was being stared at by a devil. The surrounding warriors were even more alarmed. They didn't dare to look Yan Shan in the eye. Lin Xian also saw this scene and frowned. Firstly, he was worried about Dongfang Xiong's injuries. Secondly, he felt an extremely uncomfortable palpitating feeling from the bandage on Yan Shan's back. What's inside? Lin Xian was puzzled. It doesn't seem like a puppet. I can sense signs of life, Lord Alcohol said with a voice transmission. I don't know what it is exactly. That white bandage has a mystical power that can block soul perception. The four prodigies are indeed terrifying. Lin Xian sighed. The competition continued. Soon it was his turn again. This time, his opponent was the youth with the afro from the lightning sect. After seeing his opponent, Lin Xian finally smiled. He had finally met a disciple of the lightning sect. From the looks of it, his concept of lightning would be formed soon. When Song Ke saw Lin Xian, he sneered. Previously, Lin Xian's provocation had infuriated them. Now he finally had the chance to teach Lin Xian a lesson. Kid, you have guts. How dare you provoke our lightning sect? Now, you will pay the price for your foolish actions. Lightning surged from Song Ke's body and condensed into a tiger's head. As he opened his palms, a lightning tiger bathed in lightning appeared in the air. It roared as it charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't draw his star extinction sword. He had already made up his mind. Once he fought a disciple of the lightning sect, he would absorb as much lightning as possible to evolve his silver lightning body. The devouring power enveloped his body. Silver lightning bloomed from Lin Xian's body as he quickly used his silver lightning body to face the ferocious lightning tiger. Damn, is this kid crazy? He's not dodging? Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to make such a move. The disciples of the lightning sect sneered. Song Ke was ranked third among these people. He was extremely powerful. Moreover, he had practiced the Thunder Tiger Fist to the large success stage. Not to mention Lin Xian. Even those martial artists wearing light golden armor wouldn't dare to take his attack head-on. Under everyone's questioning gazes, the terrifying Thunder Tiger Fist crashed towards Lin Xian and enveloped him. It's over. This kid is dead for sure. Is his brain cramping? He actually dared to take it head-on. With his speed, he should be able to dodge it. Everyone shook their heads. They didn't know why Lin Xian was so stupid. Chapter 462. Hua Fei and the rest turned pale with fright. In the arena, Song Ke sneered. What an idiot! However, his smile froze in the next moment. The blue lightning that filled the sky disappeared quickly, and so did the lightning tiger. The silver light on Lin Xian's body shone brightly, forming a terrifying aura. What? He's fine. It was unbelievable that he could withstand the Thunder Tiger Fist. Was he still human? The disciples of the lightning sect were even more shocked. They knew the power of the Thunder Tiger Fist. With Lin Xian's strength, there was no way he could withstand it. However, not only did Lin Xian catch it, he was also unscathed. He was not hurt at all. This strange phenomenon shocked them. Even Lei Zhen's brows were tightly knitted together. In the arena, silver lightning flashed like a silver dragon. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He had absorbed all the lightning energy, such pure lightning energy, as expected of a disciple of the lightning sect. He was satisfied. However, Song Kei's face darkened. Lin Xian withstood the Thunder Tiger Fist unscathed. Song Kei's face was as black as an iron pot. Damn it, what did he do? How could he ignore my Thunder Tiger Fist? I don't care. I have to finish him off quickly. Otherwise, I'll lose all my face. Song Kei's face darkened. As he moved, lightning gathered on his limbs, forming a giant tiger claw. He slammed it toward Lin Xian. The claw easily tore through the air. However, Lin Xian did not dodge. He continued to take the Thunder Tiger Claw head-on. The sword of devouring in his body spun quickly. It absorbed the lightning he touched and turned it into pure lightning energy to strengthen his body. What? Again. Song Kei's eyes narrowed when he saw Xian ignore his lightning attack again. He roared into the sky and quickly gathered a giant lightning energy ball. He threw it downward. Boom. The terrifying thunder lightning ball instantly enveloped Lin Xian, forming a gigantic circular lightning arc above the entire arena, covering the entire area. Humph, that's what you get for being so arrogant. Now that you've been hit by my lightning energy ball, you have no chance of surviving. Song Kei laughed loudly. Everyone was silent. This energy ball was too terrifying. It was enough to blast away several nearing transformation intermediate stage martial artists. Lin Xian would definitely not be able to take it. The disciples of the lightning sect were jubilant. How dare you go against our lightning sect? You're overestimating yourself. Sheng Wanhao also sneered. How can he be called a rising star with such a level? However, Lei Zhen's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. His gaze was like lightning as he looked towards the stage. He could sense that Lin Xian's aura had not weakened. Soon, everyone realized that something was amiss. Sheng Wanhao's face darkened when he saw Lin Xian unscathed with his black hair fluttering in the wind. He had just mocked Lin Xian's strength, but now Lin Xian had actually appeared unscathed. This was clearly a slap to his face. Humph! Sheng Wanhao's face turned cold. In the arena, Song Kei fell into great shock. As a genius disciple of the lightning sect, he had gone through countless battles. He had even fought with the 5 great talents before. However, there had never been a battle like this one. It was too strange. All his attacks seemed to have lost their effect and could not cause any damage. For a moment, he wondered if he had fallen into an illusion. Lin Xian absorbed a large amount of lightning and was in a good mood. He looked up at Song Kei in the sky and smiled. I say, did you not eat? The power of lightning is so weak. If you really can't do it, why don't you get someone else? Although Lin Xian's voice was not loud, it spread clearly in all directions. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. This kid was too arrogant. The disciples of the lightning sect were even more furious. Among them, Sheng Wanhao's body surged with lightning. He could not wait to jump into the arena and fight with Lin Xian. Song Kei was so angry that his body trembled. The lightning on his body formed a terrifying aura. Kid, you've completely angered me. No one can save you today. With that, he pulled out a long spear from his storage ring. It was a dark golden spear with intricate patterns engraved on it. It emitted a fierce aura. With the long spear in hand, Song Kei's aura rose again. Since the lightning could not hurt Lin Xian, he planned to attack with a weapon. He did not believe that a mid-grade spiritual treasure could not hurt his opponent. Lightning surrounded his feet. Song Kei turned into a bolt of lightning and stabbed at Lin Xian. On the tip of the spear, a terrifying spinning force of lightning formed. The attack was enough to pierce through any defense. Seeing Song Ke take the initiative to attack, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He tapped his feet lightly and used the illusory demon steps to quickly dodge the amazing spear. Then he reached out and grabbed the spear shaft. Go to hell! Song Ke did not expect Lin Xian to dare grab his weapon. He immediately roared in anger. The lightning in the sky condensed into a huge lightning saw and fell mercilessly. The devouring sword in his body spun quickly and began to absorb the lightning on Song Ke's body. Not good. Retreat. Lei Zhen suddenly shouted from below. He's absorbing your lightning. What? Absorbing lightning? Everyone was shocked and looked at the arena in disbelief. The disciples of the lightning sect were also surprised. Even they did not dare to casually absorb the lightning of others. But Lin Xian was so bold. Was he not afraid of being injured by the violent lightning? Lei Zhen's face was gloomy. He had been suspicious from the beginning. Only now did he confirm that Lin Xian was indeed absorbing the lightning on Song Ke's body. This guy must be trying to strengthen his body. As one of the 5 talents, Lei Zhen had sharp eyes. He could see Lin Xian's intention at a glance. Crown Prince Heavenly Flame looked at the arena and revealed a playful smile for the first time. You dare to absorb the lightning? Interesting, but you're too weak. You're not worth my time. With Lin Xian's current strength, Crown Prince Heavenly Flame did not put him in his eyes. In the arena, Song Ke was terrified. In fact, he did not need Lei Zhen's reminder. He already knew that Lin Xian was absorbing his lightning. That was because the lightning in his body was out of control and was crazily rushing into Lin Xian's body. What is this guy trying to do? How can he absorb so much lightning? Isn't he afraid of his body exploding? Song Ke was shocked. He wanted to abandon his spear and retreat, but he realized that Lin Xian had already grabbed him. Retreat. At this moment, he no longer had the intention to attack. He only wanted to stay far away from Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian would not give up such a good opportunity. He used the illusory demon steps and stuck close to Song Quebec. Every time they clashed, Lin Xian would absorb a part of Song Ke's lightning. In the end, Song Ke's aura became weaker and weaker. He was no longer Lin Xian's opponent. I admit defeat, Song Ke shouted in fear. He did not dare to continue the fight. There was only 1/3 of the lightning left in his body. If he continued the fight, his lightning would be sucked dry. Hearing that Song Ke had admitted defeat, Lin Xian could only stop attacking. Feeling the power of thunder and lightning in his body, he sighed softly. Song Ke was strong, but the lightning he provided was not enough to evolve Silver Thunder Constitution. Thinking of this, Lin Xian could only leave the arena. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.